English translation, 707th Contact, Part 1. Saturday the 28th of April 2018, 13:19 hours.
Be welcome and greetings, dear friend. You have been away for a long time.
So welcome to you too, Edouard, dear friend, and thanks for your welcome. Yes, our absence lasted longer than intended, but it was not possible for us to interrupt the very important business.
So you're all back now, also Njana and Florena?
Yes, both of them will come here tomorrow together with me because we want to settle the matter of applications for the election when you have received the applications.
I have, yes. All but 2 are sealed, so I have not opened them either. I also think that this is not my job, but yours, because I do not want to interfere in the matter under any circumstances, but to remain neutral, which is why I also do not get involved in any advice or disputes. In my opinion, the election must remain the sole business of the core group members and must be handled by them.
With which you are acting in a correct manner. From our side, however, we have some explaining to do, because there are not enough suitable core group members for the offices that arise and need to be determined. Which is why we have to make clarifications in cooperation with our committee and necessarily also bring in our advice for filling some offices.
I see, and I guess that cannot be avoided. But how should it be with your panel? Do you want to go back first to consult together? I think the time is a bit short if you want to come back tomorrow to process the applications. Do you want to take those with you today, then?
No, I can leave them here and open them tomorrow together with Florina and Njana, because we will do our committee work from here, from your workroom, by connecting. So we will come here tomorrow and the day after and do what is necessary.
Good, so be it. Look, here are these notes. These are all issues that have come up during your 2-month absence. But to bring them all up today is probably not possible because it is simply not possible in terms of time, because it would be too much. Consequently, I will confine myself to just a few major ones.
Yes, that's a lot of notes. I also do not think we can go through them all today.
Exactly. But then this question here. Are you familiar with biotechnology? If I remember your father Svath's explanation correctly, it is a biological genetic technique in which artificial changes are made in the DNA of plants, animals, creatures, etc., in such a way that certain manipulations are made in relation to a particular organism. In such a way that thereby certain manipulations are created and achieved in relation to a single gene removal, its several or through a new gene composition, valuable shape changing, energy enhancing, resistance increasing, growth promoting, behavioral or other significant beneficial sublimations or refinement processes to a higher level of value increasing peculiarities, improvements, refinements, value increasing structural changes. Svath explained that through this genetic technique, a great deal of usefulness had been created among you in earlier times, and a great palette of problems had been solved with it.
In earlier times, as you say, that was indeed the case.
Today, our scientists are carrying out genetic manipulation on plants and animals, to which I have spoken several times with your daughter Simyase, as well as with Quetzal and with you, and have received the answer that genetic manipulation can be very helpful, good, and beneficial in certain respects. But now that what I had learned from Svath has come back to my mind, it is not clear to me whether your positive answers referred to biological genetic engineering, or to the genetic manipulations carried out by our earthly scientists, which are not supposed to be helpful, useful, and positive in the best of ways.
The answers to your questions referred to the biogenic technology we bring to bear, which in no way has anything to do with the genetic manipulations practiced by earthly scientists, but on the contrary can be controlled absolutely in positive, beneficial, and harmless ways.
Thanks. Then the matter is clear, and it can be said that biotechnology cannot be compared or even equated with genetic manipulation in the conventional sense.
That is correct.
Then please see here, this printout Barbara printed out from the internet net. This picture is about an animal called a tanuki. But do you know what a tanuki is?
In terms of earthly animals, I'm not very knowledgeable.
It is a dog-like predator, but it is not actually native to Europe, but immigrated from Asia, so it is a rare stranger. I also did not know much more before Barbara brought me the internet printout. I was familiar with this animal from my time in Asia, but I did not know much about it. But why I am talking about it is because I saw such a tanuki on the morning of the 23rd of April when it came out from behind the Russian caravan, stopped on the path, eyed me, and then traipsed on up to the garage. I do want to ask you now, though, have you read my article beamed to you by Bermunda or her father Quinto?
Yes, I have read the article and find, as usual, that you have made a great effort and clarified many things that are important and significant for Earth humans to know, because the facts mentioned are concealed from the public and also disputed.
Then I will add what you have written without further comment at the end of our conversation.
You can, but you should also publish the article.
I will do that, and I will do it in the second My Zeitzeichen, which will also be published on the internet. Unfortunately, there is no other possibility, because no public media would publish it, because they are all too cowardly to do so, or they are bigots or such USA power worshippers that they would simply let the article disappear, as they did in the 1940s, 1950s, and also in later years when I sent them predictive warnings and corresponding articles. The authorities and governments that have been written to have done nothing either, so that since then and up to the present day, a tremendous amount of damage has been caused to the whole world and to nature, and irreparable destruction has been wrought. Just as more and more, faster and more devastating destruction continues to be wrought without salvation. And this is happening in particular due to the idiotically and crazily cultivated overpopulation, which on the one hand no one wants to admit, and which on the other hand is therefore being driven inexorably higher and higher, resulting in further machinations and effects that bring more and more disaster, unrest, unfreedom, injustice, wars, crimes, misery, and hardship to the entire world and its humanity. For these consequences, the whole main thing is based above all in the religions and in the greed for power as well as the obsession with money or wealth of the human beings, whereby these three factors are inseparably connected with each other and have brought disaster since time immemorial, as will also be the case in the future, and will therefore continue. And the fact that everything could come about at all in the measure of destruction and annihilation of nature and its fauna and flora that exists worldwide today, resulted from the inexorably growing overpopulation, because of which innovations had to be created again and again, and machinations arose that led to the destruction and annihilation of many things. So whole landscapes, forests, meadows, mountain slopes and fields as well as watercourses, shores of waters and beaches were and continue to be destroyed and irreparably destroyed by building up, asphalting and concreting over everything as a result of the needs of the growing number of ever-increasing populations. Inevitably, unavoidably, and of necessity, the growing mass of overpopulation demands a great many innovations, such as new nuclear, hydroelectric and wind power plants, residential buildings, roads, schoolhouses, educational institutes, paths, recreational centers, airports, railway lines, cable cars, chairlifts and factories, etc., which must continue to be built. However, as a result of this, nature, its fauna and flora, the inland waters and seas, the climate, the atmosphere, and, as a result of the exploitation of the Earth's resources, also the planet itself are constantly, inevitably, continuously and inevitably being destroyed and destroyed more and more irreparably in relation to the increasing number of people in the world and their needs and machinations. Due to the overpopulation madness, the production of natural gas and petroleum had to be increased tremendously, and the mining of coal, auras and other minerals, as well as the yields of natural foodstuffs, had to be increased immeasurably, which was only made possible by chemical growth stimulants. But this also made food crops more and more susceptible to pest insect infestations and diseases, which in turn had to be counteracted with toxic chemical agents produced by chemical companies that raked in milliards upon milliards of money for this purpose. This, While on the one hand, the natural foodstuffs are contaminated by all the chemical poisons, and these are then eaten by the human beings, as a result of which many fell ill with various ailments, wasted away and died. And on the other hand, the whole of nature with its fauna and flora, as well as the waters of all kinds and the atmosphere were also poisoned. As a result, many plant, animal, and other life forms have been affected to such an extent that they have even become extinct, whereby various genera and species of plants, animals, creatures, insects, birds, and reptiles have already been tremendously decimated or have even become extinct. This also applies to life forms of all waters, such as frogs, crayfish and aquatic mammals, etc., as well as to various species of fish in inland waters and oceans, which have been impaired and poisoned either by overfishing or by chemical poisoning, plastic, synthetic, and other toxic civilization waste, and some of which have already become extinct. But this only refers to what has happened so far, because the whole madness is continuing in the same way and, moreover, on an increasing scale, because the growth of overpopulation is not stopped by a worldwide long-term birth stop and a worldwide controlled birth regulation, and thus the world population is drastically reduced, and it is brought to a population that is suitable for the planet and sustainable. But what is to be named as the reason for all the degenerations of the Earth's human beings, which have driven them to bring more and more disaster, unrest, lack of freedom, injustice, wars, murder and manslaughter, crime, misery and hardship upon the entire world and the entire Earth human since time immemorial can basically be found in the religions. All the malignant and catastrophic afflictions that have persisted from time immemorial to the present day and that will also continue to be rampant in the distant future found their origin in the religions at a very early time. However, neither the believers in religion and the representatives of religion nor those in power and the population want to admit this, and therefore they all deny it, as do narrow-minded scientists and other know-it-alls who want to know everything better. So they all vehemently deny the effective fact of the three following facts, which are the primary and overriding cause of the entire existing wretchedness of all human degenerations with regard to all malicious destruction, crushing, devastation, deterioration, degradation, and annihilation of nature, its fauna and flora, and thus of all life forms of every species and kind, of all waters, of the atmosphere, of the climate, and of the whole world. No one or hardly any human being, except a few with intelligent intellect and reason, thinks about this and also does not recognize that religions, might, and money are in fact the fundamental and interwoven block of all the evils, wars, all terrorism and all degenerations prevailing on earth and among earthly human beings, whereby the religions, to which believing human beings are delusionally addicted, are fundamentally at the forefront of all this. Considering the whole in relation to the religions and thus starting from them, it follows that from the religions, which are very numerous and extremely diverse on earth, religious, xenophobic and racial hatred, strife, wars, torture, murder and manslaughter, as well as hatred and terror against law, order, and humanity arise. And this because the respective alleged deity demands vicious punishment and revenge for offenses, etc., up to the death penalty, as well as torture and war against other peoples, etc., which is maliciously and at the same time ridiculously presented as divine guidance and protection and love, whereby the clueless believers without understanding, intelligence and reason take the whole religious nonsense at face value and believe that they have to hype their imaginary God and his false love imputed to him. This once considered and said with regard to the effects and repercussions of religions in terms of influencing the consciousness, thoughts and feelings as well as behavior of believing human beings through the suggestively acting religious nonsense of faith, which not only crushes intelligence and allows neither understanding nor reason to come into its own, but impairs them to the point of uselessness and pathological stupefaction. The way in which the majority of believers in religions and sects really think and operate in their faith has been proven since the time when religions first came into being. The effective fact is that the majority of believers are absolutely clueless, out of touch with reality, incapable of thinking for themselves, suggestively unstable, submissive, compliant, suppressible, immature, and obedient. In this way, They are helpless figures who become the very easy prey of the religion and sect catchers, and believe their nonsensical fairy tales and then worship some higher power, such as a god, Son of God, Savior, Goddess, Omnipotent, Omnipotent Mother, Omnipotent Father, Creator, World Leader, Creatoress, World Leaderess, or as all the religious and sectarian divinities are called. In the whole of religious and sectarian belief, the truth is that the believers worship their deities and the like in submissive humility and self-abasement, follow in certain ways the supposedly divine guidelines, laws, commandments, and regulations, and also try to live according to them. In doing so, this following and living according to it is only just according to how the whole can be used for personal good and well-being as well as possessions, and is justifiable. But more that does not bring personal success and benefit is unacceptable and frowned upon. And this fact also proves itself with the believers in religion and sects in the relationship, if any fellow human beings are better off in any way than the believers themselves. If others have more goods and chattels, more wealth, fewer worries and problems, more peace and freedom or happiness, better earnings, a more expensive car or other things, etc., then discord, envy, greed, and even hatred, etc., rise up in them. This, however, is denied, because these impulses and the outward behavior in this regard are not compatible with their faith, make a bad impression, and reveal the whole hypocrisy of faith. As a rule, the whole of the faith and the activity with regard to the fulfillment of the faith precepts of the majority of believers in religions and sects only lasts until they suffer financial or other material damage at the hands of fellow human beings and are psychologically or physically harassed. If this happens, then it turns out, as has been known since time immemorial, that in such situations the majority of believers flip out and hatefully take revenge and retaliate, up to and including murder and manslaughter, as is also the case with the majority of non-believing human beings. In this way, believers engage in self-sabotage because they cannot reconcile their faith with the effective reality of reality, and thus cannot solve the problems that arise. Every realistic understanding and rational human being knows that a human being who believes in religion intends to achieve something in life with his faith, and how he wants to behave and what he wants to do as a believer. But then something happens and hits him that harms him physically or psychologically, possibly brings him financial harm, endangers his general security in life, endangers his work, his well-being, or his material prosperity, and that then suddenly makes him pay attention and deviate from his delusion of faith. All of a sudden, the will for self-preservation stirs in him, and he realizes subliminally that he is constantly standing in his own way with his religious sectarian delusion. Although he does not openly and self-confidently think that he has fallen for a false, erroneous and confused hoax with his delusional belief and is completely out of touch with reality, he suddenly begins to think and act contrary to his beliefs for his own protection and self-preservation, becomes spiteful, falls prey to envy, greed, hatred, violence, revenge, and retaliation, and ultimately also no longer shies away from killing and murdering. But all this also continues when the governmental power elites and their vassals instigate discord or even wars with other peoples and states, because also then the believers in religion and sectarianism diligently get involved, allow themselves to be drafted into the military, arm themselves, and then march against the enemies set up by the rulers in order to murder them in war, usually under the alleged protection and right of their deity, who is invoked by the military powers for a good outcome and victory of the wars, seeking help and praying for blessings. It does not matter that under certain circumstances religious and sectarian beliefs forbid killing, murder, and all other atrocities and crimes, because when one's own skin is at stake, which has to be protected, beliefs and even the best intentions are suddenly forgotten and become nothing. For then the old saying comes into its own: if you do not want to be my brother, I will bash your head in. A truly intelligent human being never falls for a belief, because religious and sectarian human beings are weak in intelligence as well as unaccountable in their reason and intellect. And this is also the case when they hold a doctorate or professorial title, etc., and prove a high IQ, because titles and IQ are in truth no more than smoke and mirrors. The human being must be knowledgeable, but not a believer, and thus also self-confident, and must also find out how self-confident he really is, and thereby expand his valuable knowledge and self-confidence more and more. The world must be seen as it actually is in its reality of effective reality, but not according to religious and sectarian beliefs and convictions that lead to wrong decisions. Nor must one's thoughts be constantly bad and negative. Not even when evil and unpleasant things are happening in the world or in one's personal sphere, for not only the bad and negative things must be seen. If only the world is thought to be a dangerous place, then thoughts and feelings are directed towards it, and everything is seen to be full of danger. The thoughts determine the feelings and the psyche and form the filter of how the world, fellow human beings, life and nature and its fauna and flora are seen. If only the negative is seen, then the positive things are filtered out, while the negative things come into consciousness and create turmoil in thought-feeling psyche. Evil, fearful, hateful and stupid thoughts already suggest to the subconscious all that is degenerating for the future, as well as continuing to mess around only with human beings who equally think in a negative way and are addicted to a belief. And the human being is really responsible for this all by himself, because the way he sees the reality of reality is the way he also shapes and lives his life. The meaning we give to certain situations is crucial. In the past, human beings thought that the earth was a flat plate and were afraid that if they went beyond the horizon, they would then fall into a bottomless abyss. Then someone came along who wanted to know the truth, and therefore investigated the matter and found out that the earth is a sphere and can be walked around on. He thus called all that into question and permanently refuted the entire confused belief system that had existed until then, and the faiths and convictions associated with it. And so it must also be with the religious and sectarian belief systems and beliefs, which must be questioned, refuted, and dissolved so that human beings can once again begin to think clearly for themselves, to decide, to act, and to become self-confident. Only then, when they succeed in doing so, will they be able to shape the world free of religions and sects in a peaceful, free and just way and have it guided by rulers who will lead Earth humans into the future in all justice, without any behavior of power, exercise of power, without addiction to hegemony, G-vault, and coercion. However, all human beings must be aware of one thing, namely that this is founded in the decision whether the might of religions and sects should continue to dominate the thoughts of human beings through delusion, or whether they want to follow the effective reality of reality, free of any delusion and actually become independent, self-thinking, self-deciding, and self-acting. But still the human beings of Earth are slaves of the religious delusion of faith, because since childhood they have been subjected to delusional and humanly invented divine norms and dogmas, whereby they have lived all their lives as prisoners of their religious delusion of faith, and have coped very laboriously with their lives as prisoners of delusion of faith. However, the majority of the religious sectarian delusion of faith prisoners do not notice how the religions and sects, as well as the religiously oriented society and the politicians, state powers and their vassals, as well as the secret services, military and the economic powers restrict their lives, whereby it is already the case today that all these power elites almost completely control every single human being. It also follows from this that a human being fails every time he tries to break out of his religious faith and break free, based on any reasonable and logical suggestions. And he fails and is driven into stagnation because he is not persevering and not courageous, powerful and willing enough to defend himself against all the resistances of the religious faith hammered into him from childhood and against the might of religion acting on him from outside and hegemonically harassing him. To realize everything that leads the human being to question certain religious beliefs, or to try something new as a result of burgeoning and well-founded doubts, personally identified insights or through clear indications of real reality or clarities created for him by fellow human beings, usually fails because he hits hard against a wall built up by religions, sects, the power-obsessed state powers, politicians and religious society, and is thrown back. So he remains trapped in his religious delusion of faith and does not attain, use and live out his longing dreams. Consequently, He cannot realize anything at all that he has ever dreamed of, because everything outside his religious and sectarian delusion of faith is in the reality of reality and effective truth. This, however, cannot be understood by an individual human being who believes in his faith, let alone by the great mass of the majority of the delusional believers who languish as prisoners in their prison of faith, although they would like to free themselves deeply unconsciously from it and draw benefit for themselves from the reality of reality. This, however, is not possible for them as a result of their delusion of faith, because the whole of reality is so far outside their delusion in relation to reality that they cannot possibly achieve what they want. Many human beings struggle all their lives with their faith and the reality of reality, but they are unable to overcome the barrier or the said wall that they come up against when they want to break out to make their dreams of freedom, peace, truth, and justice and self-determination a reality. However, most believers in religion fail in this respect because they are fully fanatical and in a pathological delusion so fixed and connected to the false beliefs and convictions that they cannot willingly break away from them. So they continue to live exactly as they have done since childhood, whereby they remain imprisoned in their delusional belief prison and believe that they live in a comfort zone or safe way and are protected and sheltered from all evil, negative and bad, by their deity through their delusional belief. So, in their delusion, they continue to believe in what they have always believed, and so everything remains the same, and just as it has always been, is and will continue to be. So the majority of believers in religion and sects will hardly ever, if at all, turn away from their delusion of faith, and will also not orient themselves according to reality and its effective truth. But this means that in this respect they do not rethink for the better, the good, and the positive, and consequently also do not learn to act sensibly and realistically. This is because the believers in religion simply want to continue to live thoughtlessly and irresponsibly in their delusions, and thus defy the striving for and realization of the good and positive, thus giving peace in the world and among all human beings no chance. This, as they also do not open a way for freedom and justice, and also do not consider the necessity of striving for the powerlessness of the state leaders and their vassals, secret services, military and economic bosses, in order to put an end to their domineering and power-addicted actions. And since this does not happen, all unrestrained hatred, revenge, greed for revenge and profit, as well as all warfare will continue to be driven on by them. Every true democracy will be prevented, and misery, discord, unfreedom, injustice, war, and destruction will be brought upon the world and earth humanity. And this is what happens with all religions and sects when they worship their deities and idols invented by human beings, implore and submissively beg for victory and salvation for their war atrocities and war murder, rape, torture, and destruction. Effectively, it is the decision of each individual religion or sect, delusion-believing human being himself, as well as of each religion, delusion-believing human being, what he does or wants to do with his life. So everyone has to decide for themselves how and what and for what they want to believe something, champion it, and stand up for it. From a religious sectarian point of view, however, this is illusory, because one's own decision is only apparent when the human being falls prey to a religious belief. And this is so because the religious sectarian's suggestive influence, be it verbal or written, on an unstable human being thoroughly denies him the ability to make his own decision, and he becomes a slave to the suggestive inculcation. This, however, which is absolutely clear, only happens to human beings who are unstable in making their own decisions, incapable of making their own decisions or unstable in making their own decisions, and pathologically susceptible to foreign opinions and beliefs, whereby, when they fall prey to the delusion of opinion and belief, they can no longer direct their thoughts towards the reality of reality and its truth, and only believe what is thrown at them as fodder for belief. The thoughts controlled by this kind of faith then form the feelings and the psyche, as a result of which he changes his life in delusion to the point of alienation from the world. Reality and incapacity to live due to the insane, crazy religious delusions and convictions and their effective untruths. For a sharp, correct and precisely observing, analyzing and realistically thinking human being, it is very astonishing to observe and notice with what ease many human beings, also many with doctor and professor titles and high IQ, etc., change their world of thoughts, feelings and psychology, their opinions, behavior, their conduct of life and their activity in existence in a way that is alien to life and detrimental to life, when they are trapped by a religious delusion of faith or are afflicted by such a delusion. What the human being has absorbed through his unprovable convictions in a way of believing and considers to be true does not have to be correct at all, and usually is not, especially, however, with regard to everything religious and sectarian and the resulting pathologically conditioned delusion of faith. Only that which is based on the reality of incontrovertible reality and its truth, or on reality and its truth, is ever demonstrable in its form as genuine and true, and thus a provable certainty and correctness. And this, no matter what is thought about it, is always the absolute reality, which in its reality is indisputable and the only truth. Another truth than that of reality and its reality does not exist and can never become. Only reality and its reality correspond to the truth and can be proven at any time demonstrably in all and every things, because they are intellectually, sagaciously, clear-sightedly and rationally comprehensible to a rationally healthy and realistic human being, whereas every religious or other belief is built only on blind and unprovable suppositions and, contrary to provable reality, is founded only in things, hypotheses, assertions, delusions, and conjectures which reflect the sick, stupid, out of touch with reality, and perverse religious delusion of the human being who has lost his faith. The religious beliefs and convictions that determine the life of the faith-deluded human being and the state of his understanding of reality. Realities and truths block precisely this understanding through delusion. Consequently, the believer shapes his life only in such a way as he must lead it according to his religious beliefs and convictions, and thereby believes, by assumption or imagination, that he thereby lives happily, successfully, contentedly, and healthily. So he does not decide for himself whether he effectively lives happily, successfully, and healthily and is also satisfied. Because nothing of the beliefs is true, and every belief and every conviction only reflects what the belief suggests and becomes for the believing human being his own created false reality. As a result, he does not see the whole world as it really and truly is, but as he sees it himself through his delusional belief. A religious belief and a religious conviction do not correspond to any knowledge, to any particular situation or fact, and to no certainty and no proof, as is the opposite with reality and its reality and truth. Beliefs and convictions may inspire the unstable human being and his life, but truthfully they hinder him in every way to tap into certain resources and sources of reality and its reality and truth, which would help him to achieve results that would be of horrendous significance and importance for him overall, in terms of the development of consciousness, intelligence, mind, and reason. Every belief and persuasion is never based on a firm foundation. Consequently, they also give no certainty and no knowledge that would support the belief or persuasion. So, they are also not based on past or present experiences, just as they are not stored in the brain, and could serve as a reference experience or cause one to believe something. Consequently, they are completely irrelevant and useless, and that is regardless of whether they are lying, slanderous, hypothetical, or simply stupid and silly. Religious beliefs and convictions, as well as many others, are without exception changeable, namely by tearing out their old or individual elements and replacing them with new and better ones, whereby the human beings themselves form their own reality in this respect. But in this way, there is actually no such thing as reality at all. A reality created in this way can namely only be judged in the way that it always lies in the eye of the human being who imagines it and thus believes it to be contrary. So if the human being changes his beliefs and convictions, then he also changes the factors he accepts as facts, and thus he also enforces their results in his life. Basically, it is the case with beliefs and convictions that, because they are always based on hypotheses, lies, slander and suggestive persuasions, etc., the human being always finds confirmation for every belief and conviction. In whatever way, and in every case in such a way that everything is confirmed as correct, because it simply has to be that way in terms of belief. The fact that all these confirmations or proofs are of a purely delusional, assumed and therefore imagined nature is not accepted by the believer, because every believer, no matter what he believes in, always feels confirmed. Thus, every delusional human being with all his beliefs and convictions elevates himself to a status of rightness and self-conviction that is as bomb-proofly certain, true and indisputable for him as the corresponding nonsense is for a fanatical believer in fortune-telling. With beliefs, as with convictions, which also amount to persuasions, the painful thing is the same as with fortune-telling, for in every respect the positive is always a blessing and helpful in all of them, while the negative is exactly the opposite. And thus, because the believer is a believer in his beliefs and the convictions that have acted on him and continue to act on him, he sabotages his own consciousness and thus his own intelligence, his intellect, his reason, and thus also his life. Fundamentally, the power and thus also the power behavior of the human being emerges from the religions, and this because the human being, as an unthinking and non-self-thinking imitator, apes that which with the alleged power of God is presented to him as the highest power and is accepted and imagined by him as unprovable reality and false truth as reality and truth. The result is that the human being allows the alleged power of his illusory God to rub off on him. He completely thoughtlessly and consciencelessly claims this power for himself and exercises it over his fellow human beings and even over the fauna and flora. Inevitably, this leads to coercion and violence, oppression, enslavement, exploitation and malignant degenerations, as well as a pathological addiction to the domination of power, whereby everything becomes worse and worse as a result of the degenerations that inevitably break through. It must be said that power is extremely diverse and already begins in the family, depending on whether a patriarchy or a matriarchy prevails and thus whether a man or a woman exercises family power or family rule. In a very special way, however, power prevails where rulers and their vassals are at work, but also where officials exercise their might over the population, or where the military and secret services wield power maliciously. Through power, which also includes violence, isolation and coercion, the human being is held down, whereby the absolutely personal with corresponding behavior is also a means of power, such as when sexuality is abused as a means of power to humiliate women or men. In this respect, too, might is a relationship that has been raging between the sexes for millennia, and is nothing other than the exercise of power in relation to a relationship of violence. Through power, or the exercise of power, both in relation to the individual human being and also to a group, the population or the whole of humanity, the individual human being or the mass of human beings, is despised and exploited by those exercising power. This difference between those in power or exercising power and human beings subject to power is the basis for all distinctions between the top and the bottom. The distinction between those in power, those subordinate to power, classes, races, skin color and age, north and south, wealth and poverty. In the beginning, there was a thinking of equality and equal value as well as equal rights among all human beings. Then, however, came the first imaginary religions with delusional imaginary deities to whom a supreme power over life, death, existence and fate was attributed, in which human beings began to believe and at the same time also claimed for themselves the power delusionally attributed to the non-existent deity in order to rule over their own kind and over nature and its fauna and flora, and to exercise power by force and coercion. In the beginning, the deities were often of a female nature, that is to say goddesses, because the female was considered to be the bearer of life, nature and all existence. But this delusion and belief changed when the world of men came to the fore by seizing power over their families, women, actions and deeds, and also over other human beings, groups and peoples, thus bringing patriarchy to bear in a powerful way. Through this seizure of power by the world of men, it was easy and only a small thing to break the power of the divine bearers and to take the step towards a male deity and ultimately to a single god and ruler and thus to monotheism, which in turn led to the sole rule or sole power of man. and he wielded this might over thousands of years up to the present day, using it with vicious, murderous, warlike violence to expand his sphere of power more and more with bloody massacres and conquests, and to dominate the peoples. And this is happening again and again, so also in the 21st century, and will also happen beyond, whereby the whole of this power behavior has since time immemorial concealed the truth of reality with regard to the peacefulness of the true human innermost being, and changed it over time in such a way that the majority of the human beings of the earth fell prey to the lust for power, and this became their own, and was lived out by them. This in particular by the bulk of all those elements who, with lies and false promises, allow themselves to be elected by the peoples as rulers and their vassals, but who then, as soon as they are in government and in their vassalage, indulge in their own power contrary to their election promises, etc., then they live out their greed for power unrestrainedly to the hilt and bully the peoples, instigate strife and wars, and thereby perpetrate massacres on millions of innocent human beings who want to live in peace, freedom, and justice. But because of the might and lust for power usurped by the world of men, a catastrophic abstraction has resulted from the early reality of the thought of equality, equal worth, equal rights, love and peace and freedom among all human beings given at the beginning. And this abstraction took place in the sense that all the high values of life acquired an extremely negative meaning, and consequently no longer have any apparent connection with the concrete facts of the original equality. Equal value, equal rights, love, peace, and freedom among all human beings. On the contrary, the original values are detached from this and oriented towards the lust for power, which contains everything that is power-related, such as all degenerated evil, negativity, badness, as well as murder, manslaughter, destruction, and irreparable destruction. The might that emanates from the human being, and by which he is dominated, is an abstraction produced by religions in relation to the reality of original human thought concerning equality, equal value, equal rights, love, peace and freedom among all human beings. It has long since outgrown the might of the divine bearer imagined by human beings towards the masculine and monotheistic deity, although this may no longer be understood in the original religious sense. And this is not because the human being has elevated himself to the status of actual God and tangible God of power, and has made himself his own creator of power. The whole thing has degenerated into a belief in power and, in this respect, into abstract thinking, and has thus become the basis of patriarchy, or rather of a social order in which every man who is addicted to power has a privileged position in the state and the family, and in which the male line is decisive in the succession and social position. So it is no wonder that since time immemorial, and even today and for a long time to come, women have either remained and will remain strangers in the sacred halls of thought, or have had to deny their identity and reality as women, and still have to do so today and in the future, although there have been, are and will be few exceptions throughout the ages. The historical extent and the immense, degenerated abysses of the greed for power, the exercise of power and the domination of power by those human beings of the earth who, as state leaders and their vassals, have led and continue to lead peoples into wars, misery, and ruin since time immemorial and right up to the present and future times, is immeasurable. The fact is that over millennia and millennia, power-obsessed men, with a few exceptions women, in governments and dictatorships, etc., as well as in families, groups, and peoples, interrupted by an excess of the manhood power mania and fascism, that is to say, according to a power leader principle, terrorized the populations and the world with murderously organized, undemocratic, anti-human, hegemonic, racist, religious, and egomaniacal, as well as egoistically related ideologies with wars and destruction, and put everything in fear and terror. So much for the might that has been wielded by the world of men since time immemorial, and has brought death, ruin, and destruction to the earth and its humanity since time immemorial. Religions and might were and are also connected with money and wealth since time immemorial, because if the whole thing is looked at and analyzed thoroughly, then it can already be seen in this respect in its origins that even the first religious rituals and religions and sects that arose from them demanded material gifts from the faithful. In its most primitive and simplest form, two goods were directly exchanged for each other in this way. Firstly, faith for an offering, or the good of religious ritual with the associated delusional faith for the good of the gifts, which was given or sacrificed in return. And this happened first of all by sacrificing to the goddesses and gods. In the delusion of faith, fruits, stones, crafted figures, meat, animal bones, animals, valuables, etc., and even human lives. Even the first religious cult, ritual and ceremonial leaders demanded free material gifts from their followers and believers, on the one hand for the purpose of ritual sacrifices, but on the other hand, all kinds of material values were also demanded for the personal maintenance and personal enrichment of the ceremonial leaders, but not least also for the construction of cult, ritual, sacrificial and religious meeting places, and in the course of time also for the accumulation of material values for the emerging religious groups and organizations. Whereas at first it was only inconsequential objects, etc., living beings of various kinds and species as well as human sacrifices. Everything changed in this respect with the expansion of the faith cults into effective religions and the sects that emerged from them. Consequently, over time, the voluntary offerings for sacrifices that were first demanded became more and more, because later the livelihood of the ceremonial leaders, who had become priests, was also added, as well as more and more demands for the maintenance of meeting places, places of prayer and places of worship, and for the accumulation of wealth for the religions and sects that arose. And this was especially driven up by the advent or invention of money, whereby more and more money was lured away from the believers by the leaders of the religions and sects for their own and for the enrichment of the religions and sects. Many hopeless believers in the religions and sects often lived in poverty and misery, but in their delusion of faith, they did not dare to pay the money demanded by the religions and sects because they were afraid of divine punishment. So they preferred to starve and die rather than not give the voluntary gifts, which in reality were and still are unconscionable exploitations, to the religions and sects, along with special contributions that were and are given as mites into the offering boxes. Now, with time, the system of enrichment of the religions and sects was understood and recognized by the believers that they could accumulate their own mites and gain wealth. They did this when they applied the money cash strategy of the religions and sects for themselves, but in such a way that they themselves dealt better, more sensibly and more sparingly with their possessions, goods and money, and saved everything that could be acquired unnecessarily, and were thus able to put aside a nest egg, some savings, and a money reserve. So they did the same as the enrichment systems of the religions and sects, saved up their own wealth and worked with it. Their accumulated accounts or monetary capital, their wealth, in turn, helped them to achieve financial freedom and to realize that through their possession of capital and their other material values of their possessions and goods and other possessions, they could not only live in prosperity, but also attain a great deal of power over their financially less fortunate fellow human beings. Furthermore, all their wealth also enabled them to get into governmental positions and to exercise their hegemonic might today and in the future. What I want to say further refers to the powerful of the world, be it the state powers and their vassals who follow them, such as their advisors, the secret services, the military, business tycoons, the influential domineering authoritarian imperious elites of the rich, as well as all those from the populations who are ignorantly and pathologically obedient to them. With few exceptions, they are all addicted to the might that they exercise in some way over their fellow human beings and even whole peoples, and often in such a way that mischief results from it, as by exerting violence and coercion on them or by starting wars, for which very often perfidious and deceitful reasons are sought. And this happens in connection with religions, might and money, for from this block quarrels, envy, greed, hatred, violence and coercion arise again and again, as through this in the whole world and among all earth humans also no peace, no freedom and no justice are created and cannot arise, but only war and terror. It is also to be said that the whole idea of peace, freedom and justice would also demand that all state leaders be deprived of their autocratic power and replaced by people who are friendly to human beings and the people and who are devoted to true democracy. And when I think of the USA in this regard, which in this respect practices the worst forms of warmongering, then these are once again in the foreground and in the very first place through the presidential oaf Trump. And this is because this irresponsible U.S. head of state has been grumbling for about 3 years, as has the Israeli firecracker Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that Persia or Iran must be warred against and destroyed because this country with alleged nuclear weapons is a danger to U.S. America and the world and should not have nuclear weapons, but U.S. America and Israel do. All the other nuclear powers are also likely to be involved in this, although both Trump and Netanyahu remain silent about this. So, for this reason, U.S. presidential stumblebum Trump wants to terminate the so-called nuclear deal with Iran, as already happened in Iraq as a result of blind presumption, for which, however, the effectively true reason is not the announced presumption that Persia is operating weapons-grade uranium enrichment in order to produce nuclear bombs and attack the USA. The whole thing is based on a typical U.S. underhandedness, if it really does terminate the nuclear deal, and that is that an enormous stink can be raised with Iran in order to then let the U.S. Army march into Persia by war, to be able to seize the oil deposits and to bring the country under U.S. control, or even to annex it or take possession of it by force. And that the Israeli clown-in-chief, firecracker Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, will shout his pro and hooray in this regard should be absolutely clear and should cause the world to startle and howl just as much as if President Trump were to actually cancel the nuclear deal with Persia and thus get the entire world economy into trouble. This is in addition to the fact that the entire people of Iran will then also howl and no longer restrain themselves from resuming uranium enrichment and building nuclear weapons. Apart from that, if the Israeli clown Netanyahu continues his hate tirades against Persia, it is inevitable that the hatred against Judaism, which has been simmering for a long time, will boil up again in extreme right-wing and neo-Nazi circles around the world, especially in Germany and the USA, and lead to vicious degenerations against the Jewish faith. And the fact that the Israeli machinations against the Palestinians in the Arab world are also steadily increasing hatred against Israel and thus against the Jewish faithful is not really surprising. So it would be desirable that those responsible for the state of Israel and their vassals and military etc. would restrain themselves and seek peace and solutions with the Palestinians. The damnable religions and sects should not play any role in this, as they are also not allowed to do in the whole world. Because no human being should harass, attack and harm another person because of his religious sectarian attitude and faith. Because every faith must be a personal private matter and must not have any influence on the interaction among human beings. If a human being wants to believe the imbecilic nonsense of a religious or sectarian doctrine and worships some deity and thus feels committed to a faith, then this is absolutely and solely his personal and private matter, which is nobody else's business, and thus must never lead to religious or racial hatred. So if a human being is a slave to a religious faith, he should not and must not be despised or hated as a human being because of it. But, if he is a righteous human being, good interpersonal relations should be maintained with him. He should be appreciated, honored, and his faith and his opinions in this regard should be left to him. In spite of a religious delusion, a human being is a being who deserves respect, dignity, and honor, and it does not matter what religion or sect the believer belongs to. Consequently, he must also not be harmed or psychologically harassed if he walks righteously, leads an orderly, law-abiding life, does not commit any offense, and thereby segregates himself from the norm of righteousness and from society. There is never a reason for hatred against human beings who are slaves to a faith of the manifold religions, all of which would be pointless to list, which is why only a small number should be mentioned to give an impression of the diversity of religions. Therefore, no human being should ever be harassed in any way for the sake of his or her faith if he or she belongs to any religion or sect, such as, for example, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, an Oriental religion such as the Yazidis, the Mandaeans, the Yarsan, Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, a Central Asian and Far Eastern religion such as Confucianism, Neo-Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, Falun Gong, Kalasha religion, Siberian or Korean shamanism, African religions such as the Yoruba religion, Voodoo and Akan religions, South American indigenous religions, North American religions, Oceania religions such as cargo cults, Ngara Moda Kangai, Papuan religions, Polynesian religions, and many others, as well as the almost innumerable and indeed hundreds of sects that have emerged from these religions. But there are also many other religions, such as the ethnic religions of Europe, the neo-ethnic religions of Europe of syncretism, African American religions, Indian Christian religions, Buddhist Shintoist religions, European paganism and neo-paganism and Scientology, as well as diverse and very numerous historical religions, which also include mythologies and very numerous worldviews. Crypto-Christianity and the underground churches should also be mentioned, so there is also something to be said about this, such as that in crypto-Christianity the Christian faith is practiced in a hidden way, but at the same time a public commitment to another religion is revealed. So that crypto-Christians are human beings who follow Christian customs and traditions, although they formally belong to a different faith community. Similarly, such practices also exist in other religions and sects, but this is usually not publicly known. What is to be said about underground churches can be explained that this refers to secret Christian places for religiously motivated gatherings of communities that are subject to repression and persecution by the state or by clergy. Theologians, religious servants, clerics, priests, or ministers of God, etc., and are therefore forced to follow a different faith. They are exposed to repression and persecution, and are therefore forced to meet secretly in secret places and private houses for worship and meetings. This was already the case, for example, with various early religions, and also with Islam and Christianity, as well as with the French Huguenots and with regard to the Bohemian Brothers, the early sect followers of the Kali goddess in India, who roamed the country and strangled and robbed wandering merchants and many other human beings with a 7-knotted silk noose. So believers, who as such were subject to repression and persecution, could only organize themselves in secret after the persecutions began. In Christianity in Ireland, from the 16th to the late 18th century, public worship and all historic church buildings were reserved for the Anglican Church of Ireland. Consequently, Catholicism could only be practiced in secret. After 1945, under the ruling communism in the Eastern European states, there were also Christian denominations operating in secret, playing with their freedom because they opposed the state-imposed atheism. In North Korea, there is still an underground church that operates in secret and has about 300,000 believers in Christ. Underground churches can also be found in small networks in Islamic countries, such as Persia or Iran, as well as in Afghanistan or Somalia. For the most part, the believers consist of Christian converts from Islam who pursue their cults and religion underground in secret places because they cannot attend services of the traditional churches. Otherwise they are harassed, as for example in Iran, where leaders and members of Christian house churches, etc., are regularly arrested and sentenced to harsh prison terms.
With this, you have again provided some clarity and stated facts about which, as far as I know, the majority of Earth humans have little or no knowledge, and thus do not know how very wide-branched, diverse, and numerous religions and sects are among the earthly folks.
Unfortunately, it is so that on the one hand, human beings do not care about such facts, live only for themselves, and do not think about things and world events further than the tip of their nose. While on the other hand, nothing is taught in this respect in the ordinary schools and in the schools of religious instruction, as well as nothing is made known in the public media.
You can really say unfortunately to that.
But the unfortunately can definitely be used for the near future, to which I think that purely nothing will change for the better, good, and positive in terms of world politics and country politics.
Unfortunately, this will indeed be inevitable, because so far there are no signs that anything will change for the better, the good, and the positive. Also, our foresights have not yet yielded any findings that anything would happen in terms of positive change in the foreseeable future.
I do not think that is to be expected. But how long do you look into the future, that is to say, how far do you do foresights?
Forecasts have been made for the next 1,000 years. But because of the unpleasantness of what is to come, we should not speak openly about it and avoid fear and negation. But as far as our forecasts are concerned, they only amount to a few decades, but they also show very unpleasant things. But we should not speak openly about them either. Besides, you yourself know many things that will happen in the future and will bring much misery, suffering, and hardship to Earth humans.
Sure, of course, it does not have to be that details are brought up. Consequently, there should also be talk of something else. So I want to ask what you Plejaren call your space-time structure or your dimension. I have wanted to ask this for a long time, but I have always forgotten.
ANKAR universe.
Thanks. I have also learned a lot from Svath about the dimensions of our creation. Universal consciousness, which is of benefit to me today, because lately I have been asked more often about the subject of dimensions, especially by Atlantis, Andreas, and Marianne, so I cannot help but give some explanations. But it takes a lot of patience and also a lot of time to make sure that everything is understood, which is why I thought I would elaborate and write down the most important things as well as possible. But that also takes a lot of time, so I want to talk to you about it now, and simply elaborate on what your father Svath taught me. Besides, it is not only various core group members and passive members who are playing mind games about the dimensions topic, but also scientists and other persons, whereby especially the scientists have strange ideas about parallel worlds and parallel universes. Svath, however, has never said anything to me about such a thing, which is supposed to be a mirror universe, or several, and which is supposed to be such that it would be a mirror image of our universe. Of course, scientists are not simply thinking of our present dimension, but of a differently dimensioned universe that is mirrored and aligned with our present, so that, for example, if I could go into such a parallel universe, I could meet myself there in a double version or as a mirrored person and talk to myself, whereby my double and I would always make the same physical movements, carry out the same actions, and thus also make the same gestures, as well as speak the same words, etc., as I said. However, your father Svath never said or taught me anything in this regard, but only spoke of completely different dimensions or space-time structures or of universes, which I was also able to visit with him and experience and also learn a lot there. As a result of which I assume that Svath was either unaware of such mirror or parallel universes, or that they do not exist, which is why I want to ask you about the correctness.
Parallel universes and parallel worlds, as you describe them, are unknown to us, as they are also unknown to the Sonaiern. If you should also ask about their findings and knowledge in this regard, as I assume, because you always want to know everything very precisely when you bring up questions.
Yes, I wanted to, because the Sonair are still far ahead with their technology compared to yours. Since you, like the Sonair, are much more highly educated compared to the knowledge of earthly scientists, and are tremendously advanced in terms of the entire earthly technology, and therefore should also have knowledge of parallel worlds, which is not the case according to your words. I think that the whole mirror universe issue is based on pure fantasy. This also explains to me why Svath never said anything about parallel worlds and parallel universes in that sense, and also did not explain how such mirror worlds, etc., are accepted by earthly scientists. But then I do not want to hold back now and talk about what I have learnt from Svath about the dimensions, that is to say space-time structure, and I will also use the term ANKAR when I talk about the Plejaren space-time structure. I feel the need to explain what I have been asked about several times recently, which is why I want to talk about it now, and then hear your opinion. According to the questions put to me, it has become really necessary to explain a little further and in more detail than usual with regard to creation or creation universal consciousness. Its 7 belts, planes, the material belt as well as its dimensions or space-time structures, which are also called universe universes or cosmos, cosmoi or world space, world spaces. Although I think the whole thing will take some time and then you might have to leave and therefore we cannot turn to the many notes anymore, but I should really talk about it, because I also promised.
If that is the case, then I do not mind if the time lasts.
English translation, 707th contact. Part 2. Saturday, the 28th of April, 2018, 13:19 hours.
Thanks. In order to explain the whole thing, it must first of all be made clear that in explanations, everything can never be explained as precisely as the entire facts of a matter actually require. Consequently, only just the facts that arise can be explained as well as possible, but never completely, but only just directly in relation to an arising process. This unfortunately leads to the fact that not infrequently ambiguities arise, which again and again lead to further questions that require new explanations. In addition, it is inevitable that explanations of the same topics are always presented in a different way and with different terms, etc., resulting in erroneous or apparent misunderstandings due to a lack of understanding on the part of the questioners, readers, and listeners, which then have to be laboriously cleared up. Therefore, by what I am about to explain, it should also be pointed out another time that the term creation or creation universal consciousness effectively means that which is the total existence of that which corresponds to infinity. Boundlessness, immeasurability, or the totality of the entire far-reaching creative universal consciousness. Spirit energy, endless existence, or creation, universal consciousness. The form of creation, as we earthlings and also the Pleiaren exist in it, is the lowest form of creation at all, and has as the only form of creation a material belt in which galaxies, nebulae and solar systems, planets and life forms, etc. exist, while already higher developed forms of creation are only of a purely spirit energy nature and develop higher and higher in order to integrate after 1049 transformations into higher and higher forms of creation and levels of evolution into the first of 7 absolute forms, into the absolute absolutum. To explain what is meant by the term creation or creation universal consciousness, the following can serve as a parable. Imaginatively, the concept of creation or creation universal consciousness can be thought of as an egg-like structure of gigantic, for human understanding, immeasurable size, which exists alongside a countless mass of other forms of creation of different states of evolution as a pure form of spirit energy in the super-ultra-infinity limitlessness, immeasurability, infinite spatiality of the so-called nothing infinity. At the Big Bang, that is to say at the emergence, that is to say at the becoming of creation, that is to say creation universal consciousness, the creation structure emerged as 7 basic levels, namely in the form of 7 expanding spirit energy belts, whereby the 4th belt manifested materially through the interaction of the 3rd and 5th belt. Consequently, therefore, the material belt emerged, in which flakes, nebulae, and finally galaxies, suns, planets, and life, etc. were formed. Each material belt is the only one of its kind in each dimension or space-time structure, also called the universe of the entire creation of universal consciousness, and each one is also expanding at an enormous speed, as are the 6 other belts/planes, which are, however, each of a purely spiritual energy nature. This pure spirit energy of the 6 other belts levels corresponds to the creative primordial substance out of ex nihilo, out of nothing, from which the first form of creation or creation out of nothing, creatio ex nihilo equals sign created out of nothing, has emerged, through which a becoming of an existence can be generated in the first place, be it in relation to matter of any forms, or a life form with regard to life forms of all genera and species. The material belt as the only one of its kind in the 7 dimensions or space-time structures or universes of the creation of universal consciousness does not correspond to its own dimension or space-time structure or universe, but only the entire expanse of all 7 belts in the interior of the creation of universal consciousness together form this, and thus what is called universe, dimension, and space-time structure. Mistakenly and in complete ignorance of the effective facts concerning the structure and existence of creation universal consciousness, the human beings of Earth call the material belt the universe. The error, however, is that a material belt is only the 7th part of the total width of all 7 belts of each dimension or space-time structure within creation universal consciousness. Consequently, only all 7 belts levels together can be called the universe or dimension and space-time structure. So it must be clear that the material belt alone does not correspond to the whole vastness of the universe, but can only be seen and judged as what it really is. Namely only the seventh part of the dimension universe, that is to say of the DERN universe, that is to say DERN space-time structure, as it is called by the Pleiadian. Absolutely simultaneously with the coming into being or becoming of the creation of universal consciousness, 7 different dimensions or space-time structures arose in it. Consequently, all space-time structures or dimensions are in exactly the same space as all the others, but separated from each other as a different dimension. All dimensions are also provided with a material belt, in which galaxies, nebulae, celestial bodies and planets, etc., are arranged differently in each space-time structure. There is the possibility for intelligent life forms to develop techniques through their high evolution and intelligence and to penetrate the dimensions or space-time structures in a technical way, or to change from their dimension into other dimensions and thus to travel back and forth between them. As an example, creation can be thought of as an inflatable balloon in which there are 7 other inflated balloons of exactly the same size, whereby these 7 inner balloons can be understood as 7 dimensions. The outermost balloon envelope, which represents creation or creation universal consciousness in a similar way, continues to be inflated and consequently expands further and further. As happens in the same way in its interior with the 7 further balloons, consequently these always inevitably remain the same size as the outer balloon envelope. These 7 inner balloons, which can be understood as 7 dimensions, thus expand equally with the outer envelope and correspond to the same outer conditions of the outer balloon envelope, which has 7 rings, which can be understood as 7 planes, whereby the 4th ring is covered with dust and can be thought of as a material belt. Creation can be thought of as an example of an egg-like spiritual energy shell, which floats in the boundless and timeless super-ultra-infinity immeasurability, infinite spaciousness of the absolute nothingness, along with countless other creations of the same or, according to the state of evolution, differently higher kind. This creation structure thus contains within itself 7 different spirit energy belts, levels, or 7 different dimensions or space-time structures simile. Balloons, which all arose simultaneously at the Big Bang, but are absolutely independent of each other. As a result of their simultaneous formation, they all have the same age, the same time and the same time streams, etc., but completely different galaxies, solar and planetary systems, etc., whereby these dimensions or space-time structures correspond to what the human beings of Earth call the universe or cosmos or world space, as well as space, cosmic space, universe, or philosophically mundus. With these terms, especially universe, cosmos, the human beings of Earth erroneously call only that which is visible or tangible to them. Precisely that which presents itself as a material belt, with all the material things existing in it, the galaxies, supergalaxies and hypergalaxies, solar and planetary systems, and so on. However, this does not embody creation or creation universal consciousness simile, outer balloon shell, but only one of its 7 dimensions or one of its 7 space-time structures, and the only material belt contained therein, which exist in their 7 differently dimensioned spirit belts levels. Altogether, all 7 dimensions or 7 space-time structures are given in the extension of the entire creation. Consequently, they are also spread over the 7 basic belts planes of creation, and are thus in their size and width absolutely in the same measure as the actual creation structure. The dimension or the space-time structure in which the SOL system and the Earth float and in which Earth humans exist is called DERN space-time structure by the Pleiadian, or DERN universe according to the Earth human sense and understanding. If living beings of any kind or species exist on any world in the material belt, then these naturally develop in various ways, whereby many factors play a part, such as instinct, etc. in the case of lower kinds and species, and intelligence, intellect, reason, and logic, etc. in the case of higher life forms, whereby the periods of time with regard to the duration of evolution, etc. are also of enormous importance. So, for example, on a life-bearing planet in a solar system of a space-time structure or dimension, living beings can be more or less evolved than on another planet in the same space-time structure, or in another dimension of the same creation. such as for example in the ANKAR space-time structure or in the ANKAR dimension in which the Pleiaren exist, or on other worlds in a space-time structure of a completely different creation. The DERN universe, that is to say the DERN-dimension, that is to say the DERN space-time structure, is one of the 7 space-time structures given in the creation of universal consciousness, that is to say one of the 7 dimensions in which the galaxy exists, which is called Milky Way by the Earthlings, and in which the SOL system floats in a spiral arm, in which again the Earth is arranged. The Pleiaren come into this dimension, that is to say into this DERN universe, that is to say space-time structure through a technically created dimension gate, which has already existed for about 30 million years, from their ANKAR space-time structure, that is to say from their ANKAR dimension, into the DERN space-time structure, and thus also to Earth. The Pleiaren exist in their ANKAR space-time structure at a distance of about 500 light-years from Earth, whereby the Pleiaren in their ANKAR dimension, seen from the DERN material belt, that is to say seen from the DERN universe, come from a distance of about 115 light-years. 1 light-year equals sign 9.461 trillion kilometers. That is to say 9.461 1012 kilometers. Further beyond the Pleiades stars known and visible on Earth from the ANKAR space-time structure. The distance from Earth to the Pleiades stars in the DERN universe is around or an average of 400 light-years.
Explanation: Pleiades, noted from Wikipedia, the Pleiades are an open star cluster in the constellation Taurus. Age approximate 100 million years. History: discovered to prehistoric discovery period. Catalog names: M45 EC0344 plus 239 OCL 421 MEL 22 CR 42 H0346 plus 24 Aladdin Previewer. The Pleiades also have names like Atlantides, Atlantiades, Pleiades, Dove, Seven Sisters, Black Hen. The Pleiades can be seen from Earth as an open star cluster with the naked eye. In the Messier catalog it has the designation M45. They are part of our galaxy, the Milky Way. Since the Pleiades were known as an asterism long before the invention of the telescope, traditionally only the brightest main stars were often referred to as Pleiades. In some ancient cultures and historical accounts, only 6 stars were counted as Pleiades. The reason for this was the star Pleione, which is a variable star. Its apparent brightness fluctuates slowly but irregularly between that of Taygeta and Seleno, so that Pleione can sometimes only be seen when the star Seleno can also be observed. 6 to 9 stars are visible to the naked eye depending on the viewing conditions. The arc of sight is 14.5 degrees to 15.5 degrees in clear skies and 19.5 degrees to 20.5 degrees in cloudy weather. The heliacal rising is observable in good visibility conditions from a horizon altitude of 6 degrees to 7 degrees. The Sun is about 9 degrees below the horizon at this time. The Pleiades are visible in the northern sky from about the beginning of July until the end of April. The cluster is about 140 parsecs away in the constellation Taurus, contains at least 1,200 stars and is about 125 million years old. The NGC catalog does not list the Pleiades, but there are several reflection nebulae in the Pleiades area with their own NGC numbers. These include the Meier Nebula NGC 1432 and the Merope Nebula NGC 1435. Only about half a minute of arc or 0.06 light-years from Merope is a concentration of interstellar dust known as AC349 or Barnard's Merope Nebula, which is kinematically independent of the Pleiades.
The Plejaren as very distant descendants of their very early ancestors from the lineage of the primordial primordial enunciator Nocodemian therefore come from the ANKAR dimension into the DERN universe, that is to say into the DERN dimension or just into the DERN space-time structure, and thus also to Earth. This is because a large number of their early ancestors settled on the Earth planet millions of years ago, and then also died there, whereby their spirit forms are still reborn on the Earth world over many reincarnations and animate human beings whose development the Plejaren strive for. Earth was and is the only planet in the DERN space-time structure, that is to say in the DERN universe, that is to say in the DERN dimension, where the Plejaren have an observing and helpful teaching effect, because all other planets and areas that were settled by the Plejaren and the most distant descendants from the line of the original prophet, that is to say original herald Nocodemion, are all in the ANKAR universe, that is to say in the ANKAR space-time structure, that is to say in the ANKAR dimension. Therefore, when in conversations there was talk of Plejaren immigrants settling, for example, on the planet Nisan in the Lyra systems, on Sirius planets or Centauri planets, or beyond the Sun Milky Way, on a planet called Kudra in a solar system called the Nisan system, this did not and does not refer to the DERN universe, but always to the ANKAR dimension. The names of the constellation systems, which were and are named in the DERN space-time structure, only designate approximately the positions and distances, seen from Earth, to the stars and planets in the ANKAR universe respectively, the ANKAR dimension, where the distant descendants of the Plejaren have settled. So it must be clear that in the entire DERN universe, or in the DERN space-time structure, where the Milky Way galaxy, the SOL system and the Earth with the Earth humans exist, the Plejaren come and go and are active only in the SOL system and on the planet Earth, but nowhere else in the entire DERN universe. When the Plejaren change dimensions or space-time structures or switch back and forth between them, then this happens on the one hand between their ANKAR universe or ANKAR dimension and the DERN universe or DERN dimension, or between other universe dimensions in the structure of creation universal consciousness. On the other hand, the Plejaren also change into other dimensions when they travel in their ANKAR universe or in the DERN universe, for example on Earth, into the dimensions of the past or future. This also makes it clear that, on the one hand, changes of dimensions or space-time structures are possible, which means that it is possible to change from one dimension of the creation of universal consciousness into another, or from one space-time structure into another, whereby 7 different dimensions or space-time structures are given by the creation of universal consciousness alone, in which it is possible to change back and forth, or to change from one universe into another. In addition to this possibility, the dimensions of the past and the future are also given, into which it is possible to travel or change from the present, which lasts 2.7 seconds, into the past or future, just as it is also possible to change from the future into the past and from the past into the future. It is also worth mentioning that it is absolutely impossible to change something for the better or worse or negative or positive in a dimension of the past when something has already happened up to the time of the present from which the change is made into the past. Changes can only be made in the current time of 2.7 seconds of the present, which then as causes determine the course of events up to the resulting effect, and thus follow the law of causality and fulfill it infallibly. A further possibility with regard to a change of dimensions or universe or space-time structure is that, if the technical possibilities are given, universal consciousness can penetrate into another creation of the same direction as universal consciousness and change back and forth in its own dimensions or space-time structure. Just as in such other creations of the same direction, universal consciousness, the possibility of changing into the past and future exists. As a definition of the nothing, that is to say the nothing vacuum, the absolute nothing space, out of which the being absolutum is self-regenerating and self-creating as creation out of nothing, that is to say creation out of nothing, creatio ex nihilo. It is to be understood that it is a spatial boundlessness of endless, timeless duration in which nothing materially existing and thus also being does not exist, for the whole is to be understood in a material way as an absolute nothing space. The whole must be understood as an infinitely timeless spirit energy swinging duration. as existing hyper-super-ultra-fine spirit energy swinging waves and absolute non-material high-spirit energy existence. The terms absolute nothing, nothing vacuum, and absolute nothing space, etc., therefore mean that in this infinitely timeless, spirit energetically endless duration, no materially existing matter and consequently also no being exists and also absolutely nothing is generated. This means that there is no being, and also absolutely nothing can be generated, neither in any solid, liquid, visible, audible, nor in any gaseous, measurable, tangible, or otherwise perceptible form or manner. As a definition of the non-existence form nothing, that is to say of the nothing vacuum, the absolute nothing space, only a matter-free nihilo, that is to say nothing, can be understood in any conceivable form. Consequently, it is to be understood in this way that absolutely no material existence existed in a nothing that could have been given as the origin of all being. And if it is now taught that all existence arose from the absolute nothing, or the nothing vacuum, the nihilo, then this is based, according to the first spirit energy level, Arahat Atharsata teaching, on the fact that no form of any matter was present, not even in the most minimal form. The primordial emergence of the state from the infinite duration of the nihilo, or nothing, was founded in a self-exciting spirit energy vibrationally emerged Googleplex please tiny 10 many giganumbers equal sign unimaginably large number, spirit energy impulse of neutral form, which condensed and developed humanly inexplicable in the material-less absolute nothing of a space-time-less permanence. According to the Patali teaching, it was a matter of the development of spirit energy physics, that in every non-material non-state of an absolute nothing, Googleplex plasmolist spirit energy swinging waves manifest, as this is also the case with all forms of material and gaseous substances. This is because absolutely all matter emits swinging waves, as this is also inherent in every form of spirit energy, even if it is infinitely tinier than a Yocto Googleplex Pleswinzig-kite. Therefore, it was only through a Yocto Googleplex Pleswinzig spirit energy iota swinging in the nihilo, that is to say nothing, that is to say thus, the origin of all actual spirit energy existence was set by a Yocto Googleplex Plesiota negative, positive hyper-super-ultra subatomic spirit energy vibration in the nothing space of the nothing. Because a Yocto Googleplex Plesiota negative positive hyper-super-ultra subatomic spirit energy vibration condensed and developed into an impulse, from which a chain reaction arose, whereby the nothing, however, remained in itself as such in a non-material state, continuing to exist in non-material spatially and timelessly infinite duration. The materialless spirit energy vibration continued to unfold, self-excitingly vibrationally energetically, and became a hyper-super-ultra subatomic spirit energy factor neutral state, and continued to condense in the endless and timeless duration of the non-existence of the nihilo. In further self-exciting manner, the spirit energy factor formed itself as two-pole positive-negative energy, from which another and higher vibrational energy factor evolved, which generated as negative positive spirit being energy and formed itself into the seen absolutum. The hyper-super-ultra-fine spirit energy vibration thus condensed and formed itself in the nothing vacuum, that is to say in the absolute nothing space in purely vibrationally immaterial form, which is why we speak of a relative perfect absolute nothing, that is to say nothing vacuum. In this way, in endless, timeless duration, the spirit energy arose out of itself, in a self-exciting way as the tiniest, vibrating hyper-super-ultra-fine spirit energy Googleplex plus finest form, which as such is neither detectable nor measurable for the human beings of Earth with all technical and conceivably measurable means, at least not yet in present time, as also not yet in 100 years. From the beginning of the condensation of the tiny spirit energy vibration, which has existed since endless, timeless duration, a time duration arose according to the Patali level, which was summarized by the universal founder Nokodemian in the term Zeitanon. According to the Patali explanations, a time canon comprises a period of time in years that can no longer be mathematically calculated in earthly terms. after the becoming of the compression of the spirit energy swinging waves in the nothing vacuum, and the duration of time that arose with it. A further compression took place during 3-time nanos, namely up to the ever very first and at the same time very last nothing vacuum Big Bang, which led to the very first and last self-exciting creation and existence of the sign Absolutum, which created the 6 further Absolutum-Forms. Absolutum-Forms, that is to say Absolutum-Levels from highest to lowest 1, being Absolutum 2, Sohar Absolutum 3, Super Absolutum 4, Creation Absolutum 5, Central Absolutum 6, Primal Absolutum 7, Absolute Absolutum equal sign. From this emerged the first 49 simple creations. Forms of creation, universal consciousness, having as lowest 7 belts levels, of which the 4th is the matter belt. In each creation of universal consciousness, there are also 7 dimensions or space-time structures, which are also called universes, whereby, however, earthly mankind, mistakenly and in ignorance of the effectiveness, estimates only the matter belt with all its galaxies, nebulae, comets, meteors, suns, planets and moons, etc. as the visible universe. Thus, a threefold time-anon process took place, whereby the first started from the vacuum of nothingness, resulting in the following. With regard to the first spirit energy vibration impulse, which is absolutely self-exciting and self-creating as Sein Absolutum as creation out of nothingness, that is to say, creation out of nothing, creatio ex nihilo, it is to be understood that it is a matter of an unspatial boundlessness of endless, timeless duration, in which nothing materially existing and thus also being does not exist. The terms absolute nothing, nothing vacuum, and absolute nothing space, etc., thus mean that in this endless infinity, endless duration and endless timelessness, no substantial element and thus no material being basic substance and no being was given or existed, neither in any visible, audible, nor in any possible measurable, nor tangible or otherwise perceptible or otherwise ascertainable form or manner. The absolute nothing space thus formed itself from a spirit energy vibrationally originated Jotahi Google Plex plus Winzig, hyper super ultra subatomar state in endless, timeless duration into an indirect generating creation factor. And this happened vibrationally, energetically out of the spirit energy vibration that developed out of itself in the nothingness, that is to say absolute nothing, that is to say nothing vacuum, which in the course of its existence specifically generated a two-pole, that is to say negative positive energy and power, through a spirit vibrational energetic act of a self-exciting self-fertilization. From this, through a self-exciting further purely vibrational spirit energy condensation, a negative positive energy vibration took place, which became a boundless spatio-temporal and unstoppable absolute nothing space state, because the spirit energy vibration expanded in nothingness and thus practically became its own nothing space. This resulted in a nothing vacuum compression through a spirit energy compression, from which the sign Absolutum ultimately emerged, while the absolute nothing, the nihilo in the form of the absolute, endless, timeless duration continued to exist as a unique birthing factor after the creation of the Sein Absolutum, and continues to exist inexorably in all infinity as endless nothing for all infinite duration. In repetition, the primordial emergence of the state of endless, timeless duration of spirit energy vibration was founded in a self-exciting, self-generating spirit energy vibrationally emerged impulse of neutral form, which emerged from an absolute of a space-timeless permanence and developed into a Google Plex plus Yoda tiny negative positive hyper super ultra subatomic spirit energy block. This self-excitingly continued to form itself vibrationally energetically and became a hyper super ultra subatomic spirit energy factor of neutral state of endless duration. In a further self-exciting manner, this further formed itself as a two-pole energy into a positive and negative force, from which another vibrational energetic factor developed, which developed as a negative positive spirit Sein energy, from which the being absolute developed out of nothingness. This also means that the nihilo, that is to say the nothing, that is to say the nothing space, was leg holder, that is to say carrier of the spirit energy vibration, but absolutely free of any Google Plex plus Jota-like matter, however slight. Consequently, There actually existed a nihilo, an effective nothing, because the pure spirit energy and its oscillation was none, and therefore not even the finest form of matter, and not even an aura, but only vibration. Consequently, the nothing in itself was absolutely insubstantial, and factually therefore in itself, and in itself nothing, is nothing, and will also never be anything other than nothing. The term being refers exclusively to all existence of all coarse, semi-coarse and gaseous matter, as well as to measurable swinging waves in the material realm and thus to everything material. As this also corresponds to the life of every life form, be it the human being, the plants, the animals, the creatures, etc., and all genera and species of everything existing. This, while the term being has its correctness purely only for the energy of spirit and creation, consequently, being has nothing to do with being or with purely material or physical existence. Only in this sense, according to the spiritual teaching of Nocedemian, must the two terms being and being be understood. So when the spiritual teaching speaks of a non-being, and thus also of a nothing in or of being, then this refers solely to the non-existence of material being, or of gross matter of any kind. Contrary to this is the creation spirit energy being, the spirit energy, that is to say the creation energy, which developed in the endlessness of the nothing, that is to say in the nothing vacuum, that is to say absolute no space endless duration, in the tiniest being ultra subatomic form out of itself, self-exciting in two-pole, that is to say negative positive form. Thereby, this first Googleplex plasmolus spirit energy iota became the origin of all actual permanent ultra being ultra energy and permanent ultra being ultra power, out of which the first absolute form, the original ultra being absolute, developed in a unique way, in a self-exciting way. And from this, in further consequence, emerged all the other 6 absolute forms created only once on a gigantic scale. Precisely the Sohar Absolutum, Super Absolutum, Creation Absolutum, Central Absolutum, Absolutum, and Absolute Absolutum. All Absolutum creations, that is to say Absolutum universes, that is to say Absolutum-Forms, that is to say Absolutum planes, were created only once by the permanent scene/beinger energy and permanent scene/beinger power of the sign Absolutum, while this itself emerged in a self-exciting way from the nothing vacuum by the very first Big Bang. The Absolutum-Forms 1 to 6 do not create any further universes, that is to say creations, that is to say creation universes, that is to say creations of universal consciousness since their primordial beginning, that is to say since their primordial existence. Of all the 7 Absolutum forms, only the Absolute Absolutum as the last, 7th and lowest Absolutum form creates further creation forms. And only the simplest and lowest creation form, or the lowest universe form that has a gross coarse material universe belt, that is to say the form of creation universal consciousness. In this way, the Absolute Absolutum, in addition to the original creation, which emerges as the next higher form of creation from the higher evolving creation of universal consciousness, constantly creates new simple or low universes of creation, which can range from 1 to 49 multilingual universes, but which on the one hand have a material belt or a visible universe, and on the other hand 7 dimensions or space-time structures. These lower forms of creation evolve up to the form of original creations that also create universes, and then to the central creation, after which a further development takes place up to the highest level of the universe of creation, which ends as the 1049, after which a fusion of the universes of creation with the Absolute Absolutum takes place. The lowest universe, that is to say the lowest creation form, is for example the DERN universe of the Milky Way with the S-all system as well as the Earth, where earthly mankind exists, whereby the DERN universe form in the creation of universal consciousness is not the only dimension in it, because the creation in itself comprises 7 dimensions, that is to say space-time structure with 7 belts levels, of which one is the matter belt and also has dark matter. And in this material belt, gases, electrons, and all 280 elements manifest and generate, which exist collectively and from which galaxies, nebulae, suns, black holes, matter clouds, neutrino clouds, etc., as well as planets, moons, comets, meteors, and ultimately, the tiniest and largest life forms develop. And if, in the course of time, the lowest creations of universal consciousness change into primordial creations or primordial universes, then these create one or more 1 to 49 new lowest creations of universal consciousness, which develop themselves out of their own impulses through spirit energy vibrational impulses, which are called primordial ideas. The next following form of creation in the expansion through evolution out of the lowest form of creation, then, no longer has 7 dimensions, that is to say no space-time structure, and also no coarse material belt plane with galaxies, celestial bodies and planets, as well as coarse material life forms, because already the next stage of evolution is only purely spirit energy form. And what is still to be explained with regard to the original idea or idea, it is not a question of an actual idea, but solely of vibratory impulses capable of creation, as described in the title, The Idea of Creation, Creation Idea, Ideas of Human Beings. This is all that I had to say and explain once, and to which I ask what you have to say to my monologue.
A long speech and good explanations of the facts to which much more could be said, but the whole thing would fill books, so your explanations are quite sufficient when they are done.
Thanks.
English translation, 707th Contact, Part 3, Saturday, the 28th of April 2018, 13:19 hours.
Then this question on a notepad, which I am sure you can answer as a doctor. Our Earth women use hormonal contraceptives, for which the question is whether these are harmful to women's health or not? But please do not use incomprehensible medical terms for explanation, but those that are understandable for us medical laymen.
Hormonal contraceptives of various kinds are not harmless to women because they can cause various kinds of disturbances during menstruation, such as discomfort and suffering, ranging from abdominal pain, feelings of breast tension, as well as headaches and migraine attacks, dizziness, nausea, to a change in libido or sexual desire. Embolisms, strokes, and thyroid dysfunction can also occur, as well as many other possible diseases and symptoms, including estrogen deficiency with or without progesterone deficiency. Minerals and vitamins in the body can also be excessively broken down and destroyed, as can a permanent overload of the liver, as well as a malfunction of the adrenal glands, such as adrenal weakness up to and including adrenal insufficiency. In the body as a whole, mental and physical stress and infections, as well as inflammatory processes and stress, can also develop. A lack of menstruation is just as possible with hormonal contraceptives as is a lack of ovulation and estrogen dominance with or without progesterone dominance. As is an excess of testosterone, and many other complaints and ailments can be caused in women by hormonal contraceptives. This imbalance not only causes severe symptoms, but also leads to other diseases in the long run. Hormonal contraceptives can also cause heavy interstitial bleeding, as well as thrombosis in severely overweight women, and ultimately hormonal contraceptives not infrequently lead to severe depression with suicide risk. Finally, it is to be explained that after years of taking hormonal contraceptives, the woman's body and thus the hormonal system loses its ability to produce its own hormones, as a result of which it is no longer able to produce hormones itself and keep the normal cycle going.
Thanks, this is all quite steep, but effectively enlightening and informative. This is something our Earth women should think about for once, and besides...
Excuse me. I am being called talking to someone, but I do not understand anything, Edward. Unfortunately, I have to end our conversation and leave, because there is something urgent that requires my presence.
If it just has to be, then goodbye. And yes, of course, I will now subsequently add my article to our conversation that we had.
Yes, but now goodbye, Edward, my friend, until tomorrow.
How reality and truth actually are. The past 2 centuries and the last decades it has been proven that something quite different corresponds to the reality and truth than the USA as well as the majority of the political elites in the NATO states. The EU dictatorship and their countries claim and lie about, namely that Russia is a malicious, dangerously insidious aggressor that the free world must confront. The effective hard truth is that the USA, NATO, and the EU dictatorship are the real world-threatening aggressors. The explanations and clarifications etc. in this article are based on the statements and explanations of the Pleerin Kinto, who is an observer and analyst with regard to the recognition and evaluation of the entire workings of the foreign and domestic policies of all earthly states, as well as their aspirations, systems of governance, aggressiveness, readiness for peace, readiness for war, as well as state justice and all forms of politics and systems of government, intelligence services, economy and armed forces, especially focused on the USA, the EU dictatorship and Russia. Furthermore, certain statements and explanations are based on the author's own experience, whereby all article contents of the Pleerin Kinto correspond to the correctness of facts and events and situations that have taken place, as a result of which they are neither fake oldies nor fake news or conspiracy theories, but undoubtedly and in every case correspond to the reality that has taken place and its truth. In any case, it should be noted that all the explanations, statements and data etc. mentioned are, however, only a part of the whole and full scope of events and are thus in no way complete, whereby it should also be mentioned that certain data, such as numbers segments, come from Wikipedia. Wars are never just wars, never serve progress, never bring peace or freedom, but only suffering, hardship and misery, human degenerations, fears and terrors. Horror, as well as revenge, hatred and grief, endless rage and destruction. Consequently, wars are never just. Simyase Silver Star Center, 27.3. 2018, 002 hours. Billy.
First of all, it is to be said that the USA and the European Union are by no means democratic state structures, but dictatorships, because demonstrably these actually correspond to a state structure in which a leadership elite wields the direct and supreme scepter. Consequently, this elite thus determines the weal and woe of the people, who have no right of co-determination whatsoever with regard to all important matters of state leadership. The only thing that is supposed to be democratic according to the earthly undemocratic views of the state powers is the fact that only the highest leadership elite may be elected by popular vote. But with that, the democratic has already done its duty. The fact is, however, that this leadership elite only corresponds to an elite in its designation, because in reality it has nothing to do with the criterion of best persons, who are not to rule the people, but are to lead them responsibly in peace, freedom, and justice through best, good, righteous, and correct leadership and supervision in accordance with the will of the people. Even in the earliest impulse formulations in the memory banks of the Universal Enunciator Nocodemion, it is quite clearly stated that only the best and the wise, who are concerned with all that is good, right, absolutely correct, orderly, lawful, of high quality and consequential, and the bringing about of peace, freedom and justice and their preservation in the best way, can call all good qualities their own and cultivate them themselves and live according to all the best values and norms, should be elected and appointed as people's leaders and state leaders by the peoples as people's leaders and state leaders. Unfortunately, the current understanding of the elite in all politics and related concepts only corresponds to the lust for power of human beings who hold public office, belong to lobbyism, populism, consultancy circles, organizations, the economy, the military and secret services, etc., and who usually only speculate on top positions with higher and more extensive personal power. Here, any personal integrity no longer has any significance, but only the unrestrained behavior of power and the greed for immense highly translated remuneration play a role. and this much worse than is the case in the mass of the populations. From a general point of view, a human being-related elite, Latin elegere or exlegere, to select, is described as a sociologically, actually, or presumably above-average qualified grouping of persons who function. For example, as functional elites, performance elites, power elites, economic elites, ruling elites, state leadership elites, as influential elites or circles of a society. In concrete terms, for the average person, the term elite usually refers to more closely defined groups of people, such as first and foremost the state leadership elite, as well as the so-called positional elite and the educated elite, compared to the mass of average people who are not part of the elite, or the average citizen. Strictly speaking, these elitists are human beings for whom their elitism has become an ideological delusion that can be described as elitism and has eaten into their consciousness, as a result of which they identify with it and believe that they are something better than the ordinary citizenry of normal citizens. And those who exercise state power in their elitism muddle through and direct the entire state affairs and the miserable governance undemocratically, exercising power and at their own discretion over the heads and the will of the peoples. So the peoples have nothing to say about it, but only to cower and silently accept when their rulers and their entire apparatuses and fellow travelers cause mischief and strife in connection with other countries, possibly even attack them and instigate wars with them, whereby ordinary citizens are then drafted as military men, go into battles, murder, destroy, fight, and have to lose their lives. And the elitist average people or the ordinary citizens or the peoples have nothing to say about this, because the leader elites alone are in charge and command, and the citizens undemocratically are not allowed to decide and vote on whether peace, freedom, justice, discord, lack of freedom, and injustice should be. In fact, this is the case all over the world, because apart from Switzerland, no state entity on earth can be described as a form of democracy, not even republics, although they fraudulently call themselves democratic, because only by the fact that the constitutions of such state entities describe their form of government, etc., as democracy, do they in fact have no form of democratic features. This is also not the case when the peoples themselves are allowed to elect their ruling oxen and cows, because as a rule, certain power-hungry people addicted to elitism are elected to the leadership elite through mean political party-controlled machinations. In effect, there is only one state in the world that can be called a democracy, in which the people can largely exert an influence on the state leadership, and thus also on the weal and woe of the country and the population. And that is Switzerland, in which a semi-democracy prevails that is actually cultivated in a way that is worthy of the state and satisfactory to the population. Although it is also only a semi-democracy among all the states on Earth, it is unique and surpasses in democratic terms all the forms of government of all the states existing on planet Earth worldwide. To be honest, despite Switzerland's extensive semi-democracy, this and that is not diamond cut and not all that glitters is gold, but there are all-embracingly just laws, ordinances, and at least a far-reaching fair administration of justice, as well as an overall state order and justice, which enable the Swiss people to live a very good and orderly life. And this is so in addition to the fact of complete profound national or state neutrality, which also grants the entire population the prevailing peace in its own country and with all other earthly states and peoples, in addition to the complete freedom of every righteous human being with regard to everything personal, one's own opinion and decision, as well as the possibility of choice in a democratic manner with regard to popular state matters, etc. In contrast to the semi-democracy of Switzerland, the peoples of other states are completely left behind in terms of democracy, as in the case of the undemocratic United States of America, as well as the EU dictatorship and its associated states, NATO abbreviation of North Atlantic Treaty Organization, an alliance between the USA, Canada, and several European states, and the majority of the political elites, of whom we are specifically talking about here, who since time immemorial and right up to the present day have repeatedly risen up against Russia as malicious, sneering aggressors and allow neither peace nor freedom to arise. If the US ruling elites, all the auxiliary satellites assigned to them, as well as the elites of the EU dictatorship and the rulers of the various states associated with it, meet with rejection and contradiction from the populations belonging to them. Then they become devious, abusive, malicious, authoritarian, and coercive. Their messages, demands, and machinations are deceitful, infamous, and clumsy. But this is usually not recognized by the majority of the generally politically illiterate, ignorant, uneducated public or normal citizens. Consequently, everything that is dictatorially determined about them is simply accepted without resistance. Perhaps a faint suspicion of injustice will penetrate one or the other of the human beings under the state's thumb, possibly leading to a low growl or a hidden fist in the pocket, but that is all. And this is so because these peoples are depressed and deprived of the use of their intellect, their reason, their self-determination and self-decision-making under the governmental knout of their power elites, while the pro-governmental people in the peoples, who are addicted to stupidity, do not realize in their stupidity what is actually being played by the state powers in a people-blinding and dictatorial malicious manner. Consequently, they do not realize that they too are being depressed by the ruling elites and their henchmen. However, the ruling elites know this very well, so they spread lies, slanders, and monstrous untruths through and through, and thus suggestively persuade their stupidly stupid supporters, while they intimidate all those who recognize reality and truth with vicious threats, arrests, and psychological or even physical torture, etc., and silence their opinions. And it is also a fact that these U.S. leadership elites and EU dictatorship elites are seconded by their stupidly stupid followers from the populations, as well as most of the renowned leading media and other contributing media, as well as by self-proclaimed brainwashed media-savvy experts. So it could not fail that as a result of the greasy and slimy permanent Western propaganda against Russia, especially against the recently re-elected President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, also as a result of his involvement in Syria, the aggressions by the USA and EU dictators in Brussels have again increased tremendously, and even taken on paranoid features. Especially France under the leadership of the EU lunatic and political good-for-nothing Emmanuel Macron, who wants to become the EU dictatorship's supreme master and dictator, but also England under the leadership of the high-handed Prime Minister Theresa May, are on the front line of aggression with the USA and the EU dictators, as well as with pathologically stupid German aggression-addicted politicians, also against Russia and Putin. But if we take a closer look at the whole nonsense, this paranoia of all Western aggression-mad and anti-Russia and anti-Putin politicians does not bring success in terms of bringing Russia into line with the entire Western world, but on the contrary only brings further strife and discord, as well as the danger of a new Fourth World War, and this through the fault of the USA, the EU dictatorship, and all those Western states that go along with US America. Of course, it must be said that the depraved mass murderer and Syrian strongman Bashar al-Assad should not be in power but deposed and sent into exile, which would be absolutely right. But if and why President Putin helps the regular army of this killer and state destroyer against the insurgents, then that is his business, for which he has his reasons. And also when this help is inappropriate, because Bashar al-Assad, like his father Hafiz al-Assad, is a vicious dictator who walks over countless corpses and endless destruction. The reason Russia and Putin are aiding Assad's regime against the rebels is actually clear, namely the Tartus naval base, a Syrian naval base in the Syrian port city of Tartus, which is also used by Russia. The Syrian naval base occupies an area of 40 hectares or 0.4 square kilometers, and also houses a small technical base belonging to Russia on an area of 1.5 hectares, or a small base of the Russian Navy, which includes a small pier consisting essentially of 2 floating jetties, each 120 m long. Since the signing of a bilateral agreement with Syria in 1971, the naval base in Tartus has been shared by the Soviet Union, and at present it is the only small base that the Russian Navy maintains in the Mediterranean, where the Navy of the USA also cavorts, as does of course at least France with its Navy, which is dependent on the EU dictatorship. Facts that, of course, neither the world domination-addicted and Russia-hostile US America nor the EU dictatorship like, which is why they are against the small Russian Mediterranean base and gleefully, viciously, and warmongeringly go after Russia and Putin. because they want to drive them out of the naval base granted to Russia by Syria and rule alone over the Mediterranean and all the surrounding areas, and do not want to give up their striving for hegemony. Now, after 1990, especially after the development of glasnost and perestroika, it was particularly necessary for earthly humanity to remember the actual lines of development, even if this could be no more than an old-fashioned, constant and hopeful repetition. The efforts that were made, however, were much less than half measures, for the old-fashioned and deep-rooted enmity of the West against Russia did not by its very nature give any hope for a truly sincere effort at peace. The truth is that, on the contrary, falsehoods, lies, slander and quarrels on the part of the USA and the EU dictatorship against Russia arose from the very beginning. And consequently, the genesis or emergence and development of new current conflicts was pre-programmed from the very beginning of possible peaceful negotiations. This fact, however, was concealed and covered up by the USA and the EU dictatorship in particular, and therefore not recorded in writing in any annals. Because in this respect, as in very many other cases, historical chronicles are not desired, because both the USA and the EU dictatorship want to stand in world history with a clean slate. Therefore, the effective facts have been and are being falsified and concealed so that reason and rationality in the populations of the USA and the EU dictatorship as well as in the entire world population have been impaired and switched off and continue to be switched off, so that emotions do not boil up which could harm US America and the European Union dictatorship. If the US world power strategy is considered, then the British Commonwealth can equally be included, as can the EU dictatorship in particular, for all of them, in their lust for domination, are chasing after more and more states to bring under their thumb in order to indulge their sheer desire for power. In this respect, however, the USA in particular has stood out since time immemorial, and also at the present time, which is why it was not surprising that after the supposed end of the Cold War after 1990, the budding hopes for peace of millions of human beings quickly crumbled again, and the optimism that the world and all peoples among themselves and with each other could finally live together in peace, freedom, justice, and equality in the future was shattered. And that this was mainly due to the USA's striving for hegemony, which extended to the whole world, is of course denied by the rulers and all their henchmen of the United States of America, as well as by all human beings who support the criminal and criminal machinations and the greed for world domination of the U.S. rulers of all kinds, be it certain irresponsible parts of the U.S. population itself, or the globally uninformed and ignorant of the effective truth U.S. American friends. What really happened at that time was expressed by the Soviet Union in Paris in November 1990, when at the CSCE Conference Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, today, OSCE Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the Declaration on Security and Cooperation in Europe was adopted. What then followed was the U.S. military invasion of Iraq, which went down in the annals as the First Iraq War, and began with Iraq's forcible conquest of Kuwait on the 2nd of August 1990. Resulting in the annexation of Kuwait on the 28th of August. Combat operations to liberate Kuwait then began from the 16th of January 1991 by a coalition led by the United States of America and legitimized by UN Security Council Resolution 678. In terms of the armaments used and the degree of mobilization of the warring parties, the campaign known as the First Iraq War was the heaviest war since the end of the Third World War of 1939-1945, also considered in relation to the Korean War. This First Iraq War was also characterized by the unusually asymmetrical distribution of war victims, as well as by the unilateral decree of the end of the war. However, the unusually large and extensive indirect environmental damage should also be mentioned, as well as the fact that the USA used all kinds of projectiles with depleted uranium, which is dangerous and chemically toxic due to its radioactivity, as are most heavy metals, even in a depleted state.
Explanation. The term depletion, that is to say not enrichment, comes from nuclear technology and generally refers to the removal of one or more isotopes of a chemical element from the natural isotope mixture. This term is usually associated with uranium, although the technique of depletion of the West, which involves enrichment in the actual product, is used not only for uranium but also for other elements, such as the separation of heavy deuterium or hydrogen. When the USA invaded Iraq in 1991, underlying claims of the US President George H.W. Bush Sr. and the US Secret Services and thus a first Iraq war took place. Then on the 20th of March 2003, under the presidency of his son George Walker Bush, a second Iraq war took place. This finally showed quite openly and clearly what the political, intelligence, military, and economic leaderships of the United States of America were actually striving for, namely a new world order according to US-American ideas and the US-American claw and caveat system with regard to access to the central raw material reserves not only of the Middle East, but of the whole world. Now, the USA did not want to be the hegemon or the only world power only after 1991 because the hegemonic behavior of the power-addicted US politicians and US military as well as the US Secret Services and US economic bosses has always been, precisely since US America was settled and conquered by the European immigrants. In many cases since then, US power has been wielded by antisocial and sectarian elements who immigrated from Europe and all over the world, who very early on harassed immigrants of integrity, righteousness, hardworking and honest and good state building with crime and criminality, massacred the indigenous peoples, almost exterminated huge herds of buffalo, acted in a belligerent and treacherous manner, and spread more and more hegemonically all over the world. And this has continued to this day, while all the honest, righteous, good and hardworking and peace, freedom and justice-seeking US populations are helpless in the face of the power practices and world domination and intrigue and war practices, etc. of the power-obsessed in government positions and the military and intelligence services. As a justification for the Iraq War in 2003, the belligerence of the governments of the United States and Britain from October 2001 onward cited Iraq and its dictator Saddam Hussein as a danger to the world. Blackly lying and slanderous, it was claimed that there was a growing acute threat to the world from Iraq's weapons of mass destruction and a link with the Al-Qaeda terrorist network which, under the command of Osama bin Laden, had carried out the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center in New York on the 11th of September 2001. A large majority of the population in the USA believed these governmental and intelligence lies and slanders, both before and also years after the invasion of Iraq and the execution of the dictator Saddam Hussein. Many years have now passed since the US-led international coalition invaded Iraq, waged war and, under the lying, slanderous and blood-drenched pretext, ousted Saddam Hussein, lynched him and claimed that Iraq and Al-Qaeda possessed weapons of mass destruction and could use them against the world. However, this lie and slander could later be refuted because no weapons of mass destruction could be found in Iraq, just as it could never be proven that Saddam Hussein had contacts with international terrorism. Moreover, it was and is also a fact, as I found out from my own experience in Iraq, which was also established in retrospect, that the ordinary Iraqi people lived better under the bloody dictator than they did after his removal from power and execution by the US military jurisdiction, and still do today, because terrorist organizations are active in Iraq today, causing a lot of bloody mischief and spreading death and suffering. Saddam Hussein was undoubtedly a tough and bloody dictator. That is absolutely indisputable, especially the military operation in the early 1980s against the Kurds in northern Iraq with chemical weapons, which was undoubtedly a crime against humanity, but against which at that time no voices were raised or investigations carried out by the entire Western states. Neither the USA nor other Western states wanted to organize a special session of the criminal court in The Hague, just as no Western state was interested in forming an international coalition against Iraq's dictator. And the reason why this was the case at that time is quite simply explained by the fact that Saddam Hussein at that time, and thus Iraq, of course, was an ally of the USA, which saw nothing in his murderous poison gas activities and his other activities against the Kurds and insurgents and other enemies that should be investigated and punished. Besides, the ordinary Iraqi people had it good under the dictator's rule, as he also did a lot for a modern reconstruction of the country. Throughout the Western countries, including the USA and Europe, Saddam Hussein was seen as a progressive Arab politician, and with his direct involvement, Iraq's oil industry was nationalized and the revenues from oil exports were invested in the development of electric power and road construction. While at the same time, the dictator's orders modernized agriculture and various industrial development programs were worked out and implemented. Saddam Hussein also tried to eliminate the widespread illiteracy by building schools and universities all over the country and teaching the human beings to read and write and also educating them in many other ways. A health system was also developed under his regime, which ended up being one of the best in the entire Middle East. Then it also happened that in the early 1980s Iraq established itself as a developed industrial state, which also meant that many guest workers came to the country and were able to work and live well. So it could not fail that Saddam Hussein was enormously good, popular and caring for the people among Iraqis. When the Iraqi dictator started a war against Persia and Iran in 1980, which was supported by Shiite groups in Iraq, the USA also supported Iraq in this conflict, and this had a traditional reason, which was that the USA had all kinds of hate and defeat accounts open with Persia and Iran. After the U.S. Secret Service CIA saved Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's throne in 1953, the Shah became a central figure in the Middle East for the foreign policy of the United States of America and was hailed as such by the USA, as it turned out as late as 1971, when President Richard Nixon proclaimed in relation to the Shah that he would like to see more politicians with the Shah's vision of the world and with the Shah's ability to exercise a rule that basically amounts to a de facto dictatorship of a benevolent kind. The next US president, Jimmy Carter, was no better and sounded the same mole-infested horn when he called Iran an island of stability in a stormy sea in December 1977, which was also followed by the US intelligence agency CIA in August 1978, as a result of a grandiose misjudgment that led to an idiotically false claim, passed on as reporting to the White House, that Iran was conceivably far from revolution. A completely idiotic and stupid misjudgment by the CIA and its spies and analysts, as psychological rivets and zeros, only allowed the Shah's self-image to work on them for 15 years and parroted everything he disingenuously acted out to the outside world as a false self-representation and mendacious self-portrait, contrary to his true convictions. And not only the psychologically uneducated CIA specialists or the CIA spy corps fell for these Shah antics, but also the then CIA Director Stansfield Turner, as well as the entire US government and all its affiliated vassals in its service. In all the following years, due to US pressure, there were half-hearted attempts at democratization in Persia/Iran until 1962, with the Shah ultimately rising to sole ruler and modernizing Iran in his interests. Essentially, however, this modernization meant nothing more than an alignment with the structures of the USA and Europe, which at the time was simply explained as alignment with the West. From then on, the Shah or Mohammad Reza Pahlavi only spoke of the White Revolution when he talked about his development program, which did not bring the hope for success, however, but rather defeats, such as, among other things, the ultimately completely unsuccessful land reform. The whole thing led to controversies in Iran which were directed against these reform plans, even though they were initially supported by the majority of the population. after which, however, there was serious unrest and a clash in mid-1963, and the riots that arose were brutally put down by vicious violence. Except from Wikipedia. Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, person, DMG Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Mohiam Risi Pahlavi, October 26, 1919 in Tehran. July 27, 1980 in Cairo, was Shah, also Shahanshah of Iran from the 17th of September, 1941 to the 16th of January, 1979. In 1953 he dismissed the elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, and in 1955 also his successor General Fazlollah Zahidi. In the period that followed, he manipulated elections, imprisoned numerous Iranians, and tortured and executed some. His government from 1955 to 1978 at the latest is classified as a dictatorship. His initiative for literacy and modernization, the so-called White Revolution, is controversial. Mohammad Reza Pahlavi left Iran because of persistent protest against his policies during the Iranian Revolution. Thus, relations between the US and Iran continued for a long time, and there were also US military personnel stationed in the country, some of whom, after I had a brief encounter and conversation with Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi in Tehran a few days earlier in 1962, offered me shelter from a sandstorm in their quarters in the city of Zahedan, on the way to Mir Java, near the border with Pakistan. They said they would rather be home in America with their families, that they hated their service in Iran, that US interference in foreign affairs was bullshit, and that they were extremely unhappy under the Shah's dictatorship. They also said that they were forced to serve in Zahedan against their will, and that they were ashamed as Americans that the US foreign policy system was always ordering and carrying out actions that were contrary to human rights and criminal, as it had always been in 1953, when America had done great injustice in Persia. Also at that time, the US Army personnel explained US policy had clearly shown that human rights and democracy were very often not at the center of bilateral relations, as had always been the case and had also occurred on the 19th of August, 1953, when the US government made a completely wrong assessment of the Iranian situation, which led to extremely tragic historical proportions. US-America had in fact participated in the overthrow of the Iranian regime, which had been a naturally important as well as strategic and ideological ally for the USA. However, the Eisenhower administration of the time had completely confused the whole situation and therefore also eliminated the liberal nationalist Iranian elite, just as the USA had also supported the coup against Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh, at that time still a young career diplomat who, along with a few others, had spoken out against the Iran policy of the US government. What needs to be said and explained in between with regard to Iran and the Shah's autocracy is the fact that from the 1950s onwards, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was installed as Shah, or Shah in Shah equals Emperor of Emperors, in Persia or Iran with the connivance of the USA, and built up as autocrat. What then resulted in Iran's history was largely controlled by US foreign policy. From today's perspective, it is to be said that diplomatic relations between Iran and the United States of America have not existed since 1980, because in response to the taking of hostages in Tehran, the USA broke off diplomatic relations completely in 1980 and maintained a virtual embassy instead. Since 1981, Switzerland, as the protecting power of the USA in Iran, has represented American interests in Tehran. Conversely, Iran is represented in Washington by Pakistan. This means that Switzerland has taken over and performs administrative and consular services and provides a channel of communication for the two countries, which have no direct diplomatic relations. Well, in 1984, actual bilateral diplomatic relations were resumed, which had been interrupted as a result of the Arab-Israeli War. And by then, Saddam Hussein's war crimes, which of course took place with the cooperation of the US, were within reach. With regard to the Iraq-Iran war, however, it could not be otherwise after the raid on the US embassy in Tehran and the 15-month hostage drama that took place when 52 US diplomats were held hostage for 444 days, from the 4th of November, 1979 to the 20th of January, 1981, after a group of Iranian students occupied the US embassy in Tehran in the course of the Islamic Revolution. Than that the US inevitably went toe-to-toe with Saddam Hussein in the war against Iran. Saddam Hussein met with Donald Rumsfeld, who was the US Secretary of Defense from 2001 to 2006 in 1983, and it was Rumsfeld who also led the Iraq operation in 2003, during which Saddam Hussein was lynched by US might. When President Ronald Reagan was at the US helm, he strove to prevent the collapse of Iraq and consequently decided to provide the Iraqi dictator with information about the deployment of Iranian troops, the reason being that the US government, the US intelligence agency CIA, and the US military knew very well at the time that Iraqi troops were using poisonous gases and other toxins against the Iranian army on an almost daily basis. A fact that was tolerated by the USA without contradiction and never objected to. Well now, however, in the month of April 2018, after a suspected use of poison gas in Douma, Syria, on the orders of the US presidential Trump, various facilities in Syria were bombed and destroyed with missiles in violation of international law. How could it be otherwise, out of revenge and in coalition with France and England? And the fact that certain Belgian companies are not being held accountable for illegally supplying basic materials for nerve agents, which are used, for example, to produce the chemical warfare agent sarin to the civil war country of Syria, is only understandable when one considers that Belgium is a member of NATO North Atlantic Treaty Organization, whose founding states in 1949 were the following: Canada, USA, Belgium, Denmark, France, Great Britain, Iceland, Italy, Luxembourg, and Netherlands, Norway, and Portugal. These were followed by others, such as Greece and Turkey in 1952, then West Germany in 1955, followed by East Germany in 1990, Spain in 1982, Poland, the Czech Republic and Hungary in 1999, then Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia in 2004. This was followed by the accessions of Albania and Croatia in 2009, and then Montenegro in 2017. Now back to Iraq and Saddam Hussein, where the US simply deliberately ignored the chemical weapons attack against the Kurds in northern Iraq, and the CIA intelligence agency even fabricated a fake report that the Kurds had been attacked by Iranian forces. But this was a deliberate lie and slander to protect Saddam Hussein and his criminal actions. So it was all a malicious means to the end of keeping Iraq under US control. But in the end, this game of intrigue was to the detriment of Iraq and its dictator, because the USA wanted to eliminate Saddam Hussein in the end and made him an evil monster to be finally fought and liquidated through their deviousness, malice, annexationism, and bottomless intrigues. This was followed by dirty intelligence manipulations, as well as outrageous false, mendacious, and slanderous accusations invented and leveled against Saddam Hussein that he had used weapons of mass destruction, and through such weapons also posed a great danger to the whole world and was prepared to act in this way. However, this mendacious and slanderous assertion was nothing unusual for the USA and continues to be used today and in the future, whereby all uninformed human beings who believe in the USA believe these lies and slander and cheer the USA, whose powerful people have the sole intention of forcing the entire world and all states and peoples under their suzerainty. But now back to the Iran-Iraq war, which ultimately ended in a stalemate because neither Iran nor Iraq had won or lost anything. For Iraq, however, the long conflict had dire economic consequences, as a result of which Saddam Hussein decided to change the Iraqi economic situation for the better by annexing oil-rich Kuwait. So he sent out his army and it attacked Kuwait on 2 to August 4, 1990 and invaded the country. The fact that the Iraqi dictator did not reckon with the deviousness of the USA, namely that they could oppose him and help Kuwait, broke his neck. The fact was that the geopolitical or political geographical conditions and situations changed very quickly, just as the occupation of Kuwait led to problems with oil supplies on the world market. The USA, out of their own interest, did not want to allow this under any circumstances, which is why they simply let Saddam Hussein drop out of their hands like a hot potato and declared him the enemy of the world. The oil alone, which could have dried up on the world market, was reason enough for US America to break its friendship and helpfulness with Iraq and Saddam Hussein without hesitation. Besides the fact that the USA was annoyed with the Iraqi army on the border with Saudi Arabia. So the USA managed to get the UN Security Council to agree to the international operation to liberate Kuwait in November 1990, after which the Iraqi troops were very quickly driven out of Kuwait by the US-led coalition, after which international sanctions were imposed on Iraq at the request of the USA, but which also included the destruction of Iraqi missiles and alleged weapons of mass destruction. Because the UN Security Council and the majority of the world's population believed the US's mass destruction fairy tale and took the deliberate lies and slander at face value. And I cannot help but wonder how it is possible that human beings who should be concerned about the security of the earth and its human beings are lolling around in a World Security Council, but who, on the contrary, in their self-important stupidity, are absolutely incapable of doing so. How else could it be that criminal and warmongering decisions, which claim many human lives, are made in a Security Council and orders are given to murder and destroy just at random according to empty and stupid, hateful, deceitful, world domination addicted and mendacious slander, as just mentioned by the USA? Such people, who are incapable of judgment and only judge and make decisions on the basis of hearsay and the belief of some lies and slander, do not belong in a Security Council, neither in a small family or other smaller or larger communities, let alone in a World Security Council in which the woe and well-being of the entire earth humans is placed in their sense of justice, righteousness as well as intellect and reason. Since the time when the USA dropped Saddam Hussein, he has only been condemned as a hellish villain and accused of vicious persecution of opposition forces, reprisals on the people, but especially of supporting international terrorism to a great extent and of further developing his weapons of mass destruction in order to then use them to spread his might to other countries. And according to blatant clarifications and statements, all those irresponsible people in charge who dealt with these allegations of lies and slander knew very well that the whole thing was an absolutely deliberate conspiracy of lies and slander, by which the world public was to be misled into believing that Iraq or Saddam Hussein was producing and possessing weapons of mass destruction and thus threatening the whole world, including the USA. When the Iraqi dictator was dropped by the USA, he took revenge by constantly making anti-American speeches himself, using a rather primitive religious rhetoric of his own devising, which he adopted in order to be seen by the people as a good, faithful man when he took the helm, as he explained to me as a young peer in the presence of my companion Asket, who knew even then what would become of him. The fact is, however, that Saddam Hussein was offended by underhanded US machinations and was also a danger to himself, as well as to US allies in the region. He ran his regime in a secular way, which meant that Christians, among others, could participate in the Iraqi government, while Saddam Hussein did not support any Islamist or other terrorist groups, contrary to the lies and slanders of the US. Basically, this was a fact that he strictly adhered to and was also careful in his own country to nip any emerging terrorism of any kind in the bud immediately. However, all this was not heeded by the USA. Consequently, their intrigues continued, and on the 5th of February, 2003, the first colored U.S. Secretary of State, Colin Powell, justified the Bush administration's war against Iraq, which had been decided long ago, of course, as usual from the USA, with false-lying evidence, which he presented to the UN Security Council and the participants of the meeting in a small glass container, which allegedly contained a chemical weapon. This was enough for the irresponsible UN security advisors to determine the war with Iraq and against Saddam Hussein, and thus also to legitimize his lynching. In this way, Powell contributed decisively to bringing US America and the whole world onto his side and steering it after. The shocks and horror of the World Trade Center incident on the 11th of September 2001, just as he also advocated the war in Afghanistan against Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, and the Taliban. Powell also gave a speech that ultimately led to the war that was brewing in the Persian Gulf, whereby, moreover, the US government was able to use the whole thing on the one hand to provide its own population with a justification for taking up arms, but on the other hand also to put pressure on its allies. Powell played a game full of self-deception and deception of others with himself. And through his speech in the United Nations, he paved the way for the war in Iraq and for the overthrow of Saddam Hussein's regime and his execution. The fact that this also sealed the subsequent civil war, which is still raging in Iraq and destabilizing the region, was also just one more murderous consequence brought about by the USA and causing tens of thousands of deaths. And the fact that this undermined the credibility of the US much more than it had done since time immemorial, and also undermined the US armed forces and the financial power of the world's leading economic power, was of no concern to all those responsible for the war, which is still the case with them today and will also be the case with their successors. Years later, Powell apologized for his irresponsible and lying and slanderous actions and behavior, and also provided moral clarity and showed his distance to George W. Bush and his advisors. But the crime he committed with regard to the Iraq War and the lynching of Saddam Hussein could not be undone, and he did not have to atone for it. Today, Powell is skeptical about warmongering. He seems to have become more prudent as an old statesman and to have come to his senses and reason. Unfortunately, however, the echo of his speech to the United Nations Security Council and the world public still resonates in many state-believing US Americans, state powers and their supporters, and will probably not die down for a long time to come, and indeed for as long as US America is led and dominated by power-hungry and world domination addicts. The fact that the whole thing became a moral burden for him and that his thoughtless words and deceptions led to an unjustified war against Iraq and Saddam Hussein, to a US-American tragedy, is only understood by human beings who are searching for reality and its truth and who are righteous, but not by all those who are ignorant, uncritical, self-deluded, and stupidly deceived by the lies and slanders of the world domination-addicted US rulers, their helpers, vassals, and conscienceless people. And this is also the case all around today, although it was established in retrospect a long time ago that no weapons of mass destruction were discovered in Iraq, which means that the evidence of their production and existence was fake and nothing but lies, deceit, and slander, because no weapons of mass destruction were produced in Iraq and under the command of Saddam Hussein. And also none were present, and consequently none were disposed of under the control of the UN, as US-American conspiracy theorists like to stupidly claim in their belief in propaganda. For all the murderous and destructive aggression against sovereign Iraq, not a single politician in the USA has ever been tried and punished. Consequently, nowadays, all the irresponsible former politicians are either deceased or respected pensioners, resting on their blood-soaked laurels. Today's authorities in Iraq cannot control large areas of the country because terrorist organizations have taken up residence after the war, and the civil war continues, totally destroying the infrastructure, including Iraq's health and education systems. The slave trade has been flourishing for years and many museums have been looted. But this is now tempting the USA to implement the Iraqi scenario in Syria too, because this scheme has proved so wonderfully successful in Iraq. The USA sees itself as the only world power, which is why it also exercises a strategy of domination worldwide. And this statement and presentation does not correspond to an expression of any unjustified criticism, but to an extremely exact, precise, and accurate description of the US ambitions with regard to its hegemony world domination behavior. This US strategy is also based on an unbridled hatred of Russia, founded in fear and cowardice, which has also ideologically intervened in practically all states in the West, continues to intervene and continues to promote the enmity between East and West anew and is maintained unbroken. And that this is indeed the case, and that practically all Western states fit into this US-American striving for hatred and hegemony, of which, however, Switzerland is probably excluded and only Saturn, blinded by false propaganda, know-it-all, mindless, senseless and intelligent states are involved, the daily facts of the demonization of Russia by the Western countries, all of which demand that Russia and Putin submit and conform to the wishes of the USA, the EU dictatorship and the other states of the West, prove this. Similarly, the whole of the US's hegemony mania is also proven by the project of the US neoconservatives, Project for a New American Century, which, however, was dissolved again in 2006 as a result of worldwide protests, but which showed exactly the US hegemony striving that has existed since time immemorial and also still exists today. Explanation: PNAC, that is to say, Project for a New American Century, was founded in spring 1997 by a neoconservative American think tank based in Washington, D.C., and operated in the same building as the American Enterprise Institute. This was a non-commercial training organization whose aim was to advertise the leadership of the United States of America, that is to say, to achieve global command and governance for the USA. The Project for a New American Century was, however, controversial inside and outside the USA and was therefore dissolved in 2006, although in 2009 Bill Kristol, Dan Senior, and Robert Kagan founded a similar successor organization, the Foreign Policy Initiative, also neoconservative and based in Washington, D.C., with bulletins on a wide range of foreign policy issues being published on an ongoing basis. The PNAC was disliked by critics because the think tank pursued purely US interests to the detriment of other states and blatantly strove for US supremacy in world politics. To this end, it lobbied extensively among politicians, with PNAC describing its approach as streamlining comprehensive policy concepts for parliamentarians. Most PNAC ideas, as well as its members, were associated with the political school of neoconservatism, with arguably the most important protagonist of the think tank organization for a long time being PNAC co-founder Richard Pearl. However, the most high-profile spokesman was the journalist Robert Kagan, who lived for a time in Brussels and is also on the board of the new organization, Foreign Policy Initiative. The FPA states that it is working to counter political isolationism and to continue US diplomatic, military and economic engagement in the world, as well as to provide robust support for democratic allies and for human rights in oppressive regimes. The FPA is against regular cuts in defense spending and calls for a comprehensive missile defense system. It also proclaims that its mission is to promote the strengthening of the armed forces of the United States of America so that the US is prepared for the challenges of the 21st century in terms of the global competitiveness of the US economy in times of global upheaval. The Foreign Policy Initiative is a non-profit, non-tax exempt organization. According to the PRN, the hatred of the USA that had been smoldering for about 200 years transferred from Europe to the United States of America against old Russia was also transferred to the Soviet Union and then also to the new Russia. It was also explained that the United States of America had always claimed huge amounts of raw materials all over the world, including from Russia, which is why the country was subjected to a market radical shock strategy. The USA, its government and media, which were also joined by media and non-governmental organizations from other Western states that were on a par with the USA, then began to use scheming efforts, lies and slander to determine public opinion. And then, as the Plieron explained, when the World War of 1939 to 1945 rolled over the world, the USA saw its great opportunity to be able to realize its plans of this on the European continent, in particular to occupy Germany and bring it under its absolute control and thus prevent Europe from falling into the hands of the Soviet Union or becoming friendly with it. So it was absolutely clear early on that in any case and by all means it had to be prevented that an independent state power could arise on the actual European continent and of course especially in the Eurasian area, which would have been friendly to Russia and thus against the interests of the USA. Therefore, a close cooperation of European states with the Soviet Union had to be prevented in any form. But this was never mentioned in the US war annals and was also not recorded anywhere else in writing or electronically, because the world was never to know what the very first, actual, most important and true reason for the US entry into the war in Europe was. According to Plieron declarations, the anti-Hitler coalition or the military alliance with the Soviet Union and Great Britain was only the best thing for the USA in order to be able to realize its devious plans scot-free and without suspicion of hegemony, namely to maintain a strong and dangerous nuclear-equipped military power base in Europe or in Germany up to the present day. The underhanded US hatred and hostility towards Russia also continued after the end of the World War and also during the Cold War, with the whole thing continuing in the same way to this day. So the USA has continued to work viciously in recent times in a new way by supporting violent Islamist separatists and effective terrorists in order to harm Russia, but also in the whole world, especially started in Arabia and the Near East, the most vicious terrorism in the form of Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State ever to develop on earth. US efforts against Russia, however, according to further Plieron information, went even further, to the point that plans were already being made in advance regarding land divisions of Russia if it were to be annexed by any US machinations. Basically, all kinds of underhanded and mean means and machinations were also used to nip in the bud what had been planned by the Russian side under Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, who had already spoken in visionary terms of a peaceful, common European house, but which could not come about because everything was prevented by all means, which was probably the worst phase in Russia's entire history of a destroyed striving for peace and an attempt to bring about peace with the Western states. Russia itself had to pay a very high price for in its history. The 1990s were those that were among the worst ever to afflict the country, when it was almost devastated. It was only when Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin became Prime Minister in 1999 and then continuously President of Russia, he was re-elected for a fourth term as President of the Russian Federation on March 18, 2018, that everything changed with his policies to a new beginning in the new millennium. Of course, this did not go unnoticed by the Western states and thus also by the USA, following which the Polish-US political scientist Zbigniew Brzezinski, born March 28, 1928 in Warsaw, died May 26, 2017 in Falls Church, Virginia, USA, railed in spiteful articles and interviews against the new Russian President Putin and his policies, exclaiming that the USA's path was world domination, or rather that the first and only truly global and probably last world power was the USA. So he wrote and proclaimed, conditioned by the dynamics of international processes, America has transformed itself in the course of a single century from a relatively isolated country of the Western Hemisphere into a state of unprecedented extent and unprecedented might. Zbigniew Brzezinski influenced American foreign policy in the 20th century like no other foreign policy expert. He combined strategic analytical acuity with a political consistency that was largely devoid of morality. Megalomaniacally, he wanted Russia to stick to the role it had been assigned and to turn away from the claim of wanting to be accepted as an equal power like the United States of America. Anti-Russian sentiment was also stirred up by neoconservative politicians in the Bush Jr. administration, just as anti-Russian elements appeared in the Baltic states and made terror against Russia. However, it was already apparent that the Baltic states, along with the other former Warsaw Pact states, were being planned for NATO and EU dictatorship and were being integrated step by step, as a result of which the NATO border was being pushed closer and closer to Russia, with the Western powers, especially the USA, making every underhanded efforts to prevent Russia from joining the EU. Underhandedly to bring into power US-sponsored color revolutions, the anti-Russian regimes, and even former Soviet Union, European, and Asian republics to work against and harm Russia. At the 43rd Munich Security Conference in February 2007, 17 years after Mikhail Gorbachev was elected president of the USSR by 59.2% of the vote at a special Congress of USSR People's Deputies on March 14, 1990, President Putin's speech marked an unmistakable public turning point when he said, "I think that for today's world the monopolar model is not only unsuitable, but impossible altogether." The fact that the problem of international security is very far-reaching and, moreover, extremely explosive, especially in today's world to which the USA and the EU dictatorship contribute the main part, is on the one hand clear to every reasonable human being who recognizes reality and its effective truth. Only those who blindly go through the world without reason and understanding, out of touch with reality and truth, falsely believe that the warmongering, hateful, lie, slanderous and anti-Russian machinations of the Western Hemisphere are the effective truth, first and foremost those of the United States of America and the EU dictatorship, are too stupid and dumb to understand and accept the old prophecies that say that true peace will one day come from Russia on the whole earth. And if this prophecy is considered and the actions and behavior of Russia, President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov are looked at closely, then it can be seen and understood that from this side everything has a peaceful framework and many honest and peaceful efforts for understanding and reconciliation exist, which, on the contrary, cannot be said of the USA and the EU dictatorship. Russia, President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin and the Foreign Minister of the Russian Federation, Sergei Viktorovich Lavrov, are countering all vicious aggressions and underhand attacks, false accusations, lies and slander of the Western powers, especially those of the USA and the EU dictatorship, in an ironic, calm, peaceful, non-violent, good-natured, non-adversarial, amicable and conciliatory manner. Now, just as every clear-thinking human being capable of understanding and reasoning and of recognizing reality and truth is aware of the problems of international security, so too everyone knows that worldwide military political stability is extremely precarious, especially in those states which are destabilized and driven into the devil's kitchen by the devious political, intelligence, military and economic machinations of the USA, of course solely for the benefit of the USA. That the stability of the world economy is also being damaged in the process should be clear to any sensible observing and understanding human being. Because what results from the US megalomania in terms of influencing the world economy is proving to be the case with the tariffs on steel and aluminium etc. imposed by the US presidential of Trump. But the whole thing continues unabated in all sorts of other areas, as well as in relation to the ever-increasing poverty of populations worldwide, for which there are no solutions for overcoming it. Another problem, among many others, is also economic security and the fatal lack of dialogue between the peoples of all the Earth states, resulting in discord, lack of freedom and injustice, as well as fear, hatred, insecurity, discontent and civil wars among all civilizations. And all these all-embracing and values correspond to such a lack of security for the peoples that there can be no security of life either for the individual or for all human beings. This lack of security, however, is all around in all peoples of the world and is even rampant in some places, as a result of which neither peace, freedom nor justice can be given. And if peace is broken, freedom stifled and justice abolished and trampled into the dirt, then it results at the same time that human beings everywhere are threatened and put in danger, harassed, tortured, enslaved, oppressed, involved in wars and killed. And all this kind of thing has been going on since time immemorial and has retained its relevance to this day. Now, President Putin spoke of a monopolar world on February 12, 2007 at the 43rd Security Conference in Munich, to which it must be said that in 1990 at the latest, the bipolar world order became a monopolar world order and there is no peace in the world, no freedom, no justice. For since then, on the contrary, the wars and conflicts between the earthly states have rather intensified and greatly increased in number, to which the USA has contributed a great deal in many ways. But this concerns and grieves only those human beings who seek peace, freedom and justice, not those who, in their monopolar fatuity, praise the blessings of false freedom and lying democracy, and of whom no one knows how high the percentage of these fatuous monopolar believers is. If we look at the natural balance that existed between NATO and the Eastern Bloc after the end of World War III in 1945, it must be said that this state of affairs prevented many wars. It is true that there were always small wars, but these were always localized, never led to the destruction of entire states and only took place to enforce interests. Today, however, it is the case that the UN has lost all influence in the world, but this does not bother anyone or hardly anyone at all, just as it does not bother the Federal Republic of Germany to send its armed mercenaries out into the world and interfere in the affairs of foreign countries, and this despite the fact that after the last World War ended, never again war was proclaimed throughout Germany and was also written on railway carriages. And the fact that Germany is interfering in foreign countries' affairs by sending its armed mercenaries and thus trampling on international law is of no interest to anyone, especially not to the autocratic German state power holders and their protective power, the USA. Also in this respect, as with everything else, the only thing that matters is huge profits and unlimited growth, with the rule that everything and anything must first be destroyed, costing billions of euros, and then rebuilt, planning countless billions. A hellishly diabolical profit cycle that means tremendous growth and thus horrendous profits. The coming times will continue to bring no good because after the wars over oil and natural gas, there will soon be wars over drinking water as a result of the rapidly growing overpopulation, whereby the disaster in this regard has in fact already begun some time ago, but this has not yet penetrated the world public. In fact, more and more is going down the drain, as a result of which it is hardly to be hoped that reason will prevail and a worldwide birth stop and an effective global birth control will be introduced in order to stop and drastically reduce human growth. And as long as this is not done, there can also be no hope of a reasonable return to a bipolar world order, better still, to a multipolar one. It would be very important for Russia, China and India to build up and expand their influence in this respect. But this could only happen afterwards if these states first build up their own states and the whole of Asia in a multipolar way and protect them from any and all rotten and infamous interventions and machinations of the USA. Therefore, a monopolar or unipolar world must be prevented, in which one state would dominate all the others, as this corresponds to the US-American aspiration and, never, only benefits the 1% of humanity that is unimaginably rich and unscrupulous. Or a state entity such as the United States of America, if it can hegemonically bring the entire world under its power-greedy thumb with its immense armed force and arsenal. But this must never be allowed to happen. which is where a multipolar worldview and world order must be striven for and created, in which the distribution of might is balanced, which means that all states have an equal relationship to each other. No state may dominate over another. Until now, the few large industrial nations have shaped the global economy for many decades. But this is now coming to an end because this prosperous or economically well-developing era is now being followed by a multipolar world system, especially for the Western world, which no longer tolerates small countries that are dependent on their big ones and are oppressed and exploited, because what the future must now bring can and must only be multipolar. Therefore, not only must political relations be changed and put on the scales of progress, but effectively the entire world economic order must undergo a completely revolutionary restructuring. This is also necessary because more and more emerging countries are actively participating in the world market and are no longer willing to be exploited and oppressed by the industrialist and large states. In this context, it must also be taken into account and understood that the innovation performance of small states has also increased significantly in the past decades, just as their production and the development of more complex products have increased. Returning to President Putin, it is to be said that at the 43rd Security Conference in Munich he made it very clear that Russia is striving for equal rights in the world of states. In this way, he also pointed out, which, however, did not please the USA and the US-friendly other states, that he and Russia demand compliance with the UN Charter and international law and are no longer prepared to tolerate and accept the policy of the USA and NATO, which basically do not care about any principles of law. And that such breaches of legal principles do indeed take place in NATO was also proven in 1999 when, after a decade of disintegrating Yugoslavia, it waged war against Yugoslavia, which was in alliance with Russia, in violation of international law. In Kosovo, the USA also built a huge military base, Camp Bondsteel, which is directed against Russia. At the start of the NATO war against Afghanistan in 2001, Russia even offered its support but was then flooded with Afghan narcotics. Then, in the same year, the USA cancelled the ABM Treaty, a treaty between the USA and the USSR to limit missile defense systems. The reason for this was, how could it have been otherwise, that the USA intended to further expand its whole might, and this by building up its missile defense system, which was directed against Russian missiles from the beginning in Eastern Europe. Then, in the same year, the US government announced its endless war against terrorism, whereby on the 29th of January 2002, in a State of the Union address, the then US President George Walker Bush coined the politically idiotic catchphrase "axis of evil" to describe countries that he conspiratorially accused of supporting terrorists and craving weapons of mass destruction. In particular, he suspected North Korea, Iran and Iraq, which then led to a coalition of the willing in 2003, which was of course led by the USA and which provoked a war against Iraq in violation of international law, in which the dictator Saddam Hussein Abd al-Majid at-Tikrit was lynched by the US military and the USA let the Middle East sink into chaos according to the old pattern. However, the fact that by toppling the Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein and the Libyan ruler Muammar Gaddafi, the USA helped to cause all the chaos in the Arab countries, and US America also supported various terror militias, such as the Al-Nusra Front and Al-Qaeda, which further aggravated the war and terror that was kept silent about. The US government supported and allowed the birth of the Islamic State monster and allowed some 60 rebel groups to defect to ICE scot-free, while the situation in the Middle East was completely out of control. And in order to eliminate Syria as a power factor in the region, the orientation of the US's Syria policy was similar to that of Israel, as a result of which the crisis was kept brooding. Thus, through chaos and permanent war, the Middle East and Eastern Europe were completely destabilized by US foreign policy. The fact that has emerged from this up to the present time is that the bland terror prevailing everywhere in the Middle East has spread to Asia, deep into Africa, and also to Europe, as a result of which war, chaos and terrorism, as well as death, murder, hardship, and misery are becoming more and more rampant, driving millions of human beings to flee, scattering all over the world and also flooding Europe. Then, in 2004, a first coup attempt took place in Ukraine. The Orange Revolution, also called the Chestnut Revolution because of the chestnut trees in Kiev, which was controlled in the background by the US Secret Service. The whole thing was a series of demonstrations and protests, but also a planned general strike in Ukraine. Officially, the Ukrainian presidential elections of 2004 triggered the whole thing, with election rigging by the respective opposing sides on both sides. Presidential hopeful Viktor Yushchenko, whose election color was orange, was struck by poisoning during the campaign, and the trigger for the protest came from his supporters. He was the candidate of the opposition bloc Our Ukraine, but according to the first official result of the Central Election Commission, he lost to Viktor Yanukovych, who is openly supported by Russia. The Orange Revolution, as well as the results achieved in the upheaval, have since also been counted among the so-called color revolutions, to which it is also to be said that no human beings died in the Orange Revolution of 2004, which was bloodless, in contrast to the later protests from November 2013 to 2014 on the Euromaidan, whereby in southern and eastern Ukraine, which were considered to be Yanukovych's strongest electoral areas, the revolution was judged to be an attempted coup. If the development that has taken place in the Middle East is considered further, then it can be seen that the whole thing also has something to do with the unilaterally entangled and criminal relationship of the West with Russia, whereby the USA with its allies had instigated chaos. The whole chaos that was created served above all the purpose of creating an important ingredient to trigger a Fourth World War, which was to be directed against Russia. The warning of Russian President Putin in 2007 was not taken seriously by the USA, NATO and the EU dictatorship, but was simply negated and, to the contrary, continued to defame, spite, weaken, and sow enmity against Russia. With the EU in talk, the USA tried to continue its old devious game and achieve its goal. And this happened despite the good economic deals being made with Russia. This underhandedness of the USA and the EU dictatorship was nothing new, because if we look at the earthly history of the world, then the same thing has happened again and again since time immemorial, just as new sources of war have always been taking place on Earth and are continuing into the future, which is also proven by all the wars that have taken place in recent times in Georgia and Libya, in Yemen, in Syria, and in Ukraine, as well as in other states, and which continue to take place. And all that the leading media and the political elites publicly announce and explain about these events of war, terror, murder and destruction does not, as a rule, correspond to reality and truth. Because, contrary to them, something completely different is being told, namely only lies, to which, on the one hand, distort everything and, on the other hand, conceal the effective facts. If, however, the anti-Russian Western states, especially the USA and the EU dictatorship, are mentioned again, then it is clear that they, together with their like-minded supporters and accomplices, thus the EU dictatorship states of France and England also joined in the recent US attack on Syria with bombs and missiles, are playing a very dangerous game with fire, instead of exercising reason, rationality and responsibility, and abandoning their hatred, hostility against Russia, and in this way working towards a peaceful, unifying and aligned solution to the problem and friendship between states. Epilogue. Since I, as a simple human being who nevertheless perceives reality and its truth, have been closely observing the entire state, military and economic systems, as well as the mutual relations of the states and peoples of the earth with each other and in their diverse ways of their efforts, developments, and behavior, I have come to the conclusion that the entire old established Western world, first and foremost the US-American world, has tremendous unsolvable internal problems in every mentioned relationship. On the one hand, these are of a serious social and economic nature, but on the other hand, they also stem from confused religious and sometimes deeply sectarian delusion and its incompatibility with reality and its truth, which gives rise to a number of profoundly modern fears. Also with regard to larger and stronger state powers, which are met with mistrust and fear, and consequently it is assumed that this must be aggressively tackled. Thus, from a position of military, economic and state striving for power, as well as from a profound greed for domination, on the one hand, a hatred hostility against Russia arises, but on the other hand, as a result of severe, insoluble social difficulties, complications, difficulties, inconveniences, and entanglements, also unmanageable problems arise with regard to an insidious, creeping social cultural disintegration. This is only so far because there are other factors involved which it would be pointless to list, because it is much more important to say that it would be much better and only correct to do everything in the USA and in all Western states in general to put an end to the hostility towards Russia and to finally create peace, freedom, and justice on earth among all states, so that the whole of humanity will be better off and even do well. But this can only be achieved through a really solid, honest, and true peace, effective freedom and justice, not by power-hungry maniacs constantly playing with fire at the expense of human beings, their safety and their possessions, and launching wars against supposed enemies or out of hegemonic greed, in which the Western states, above all the USA, are global leaders and have not shied away from political secret service military crimes and murders since time immemorial, as the following individual excerpts from Wikipedia make clear. However, these reprehensible misdeeds are not listed in their entirety, but represent only a small proportion of all the numerous murders, war crimes, intelligence crimes, and other acts of violence, capital crimes, and outrages committed by the USA powers during the last 250 years, as well as by all warring states and their secret services and armies worldwide. To fathom all the nefariousness and devilries in this regard and to list them in this article is impossible due to their immense number, as well as according to the necessary research and the expenditure of time, which is why only the following list shall show a few facts of reality and truth. Published on the Internet by The Crimes of U.S. Foreign Policy After 1945, Mercer Silver Center, April 21, 2018, 23:23 hours B.
The Crimes of U.S. Foreign Policy and U.S. Military after 1945 to 1999 Derfunk.at
1945 Germany. The U.S. Secret Service CIC builds up a mercenary army of 35,000 men from specialists of the SS and Nazi collaborators for guerrilla operations against the Soviet Union. The CIC takes over the Nazi espionage department Fremde Heere Ost as the organization Gehlen, and with its help begins a targeted sabotage and destabilization strategy in Eastern Europe. The organization Gehlen later becomes the BND Bundesnachrichtendienst, the official intelligence service of the Federal Republic of Germany. Among the numerous SS and Gestapo specialists taken over by U.S. intelligence and protected from persecution was also Klaus Barbie, who had organized the deportation of French Jews to the German extermination camps from Lyon. In 1951, Barbie was brought to Bolivia by the CIA under the name Klaus Altmann, from where he directed death squads on behalf of the CIA against left-wing politicians and trade unionists throughout Latin America. In a massacre in Chinon, Belgium, about 8 kilometers from Bastogne, American soldiers shot around 60 German prisoners of war from the Wehrmacht on New Year's Day, 1945, after receiving orders not to take prisoners. 1945 Belgium, New Year's Day, having received orders not to take prisoners. American soldiers inflicted a massacre in Chanoine, Belgium, about 8 kilometers from Bastogne, shooting around 60 German prisoners of war from the Wehrmacht on New Year's Day, 1945. List insertion. According to Playaran data, 1,945 China. In the Chinese Civil War, the USA intervenes on the side of Chiang Kai-shek against the Communists. To do so, they use Japanese soldiers whom they captured after the surrender in World War II. 1,945 53rds, Philippines. U.S. troops take action against the leftist Huks already at the time when the Filipino resistance fighters are still fighting the Japanese invaders. After the war, the Huks are brutally put down. The U.S. installs a series of puppets, eventually making Ferdinand Marcos the strongman. 1,947 48ths, Italy. The U.S. intelligence services arm the mafia as a terrorist group of the right against communists and socialists. To this end, gangster specialists are brought to Italy from the USA. 1,946 49ths, Greece. Together with British troops, U.S. units and U.S. weapons in the Greek Civil War ensure the defeat of the anti-fascist resistance movement, which had borne the brunt of the fight against the German occupation. The CIA sets up the notorious Internal Security Police, KYP, 1950, USA. The National Security Council, NSC, presents a new security strategy under the file number NSC 68, according to which revolutionary changes in the world are not to be attributed to internal social causes, but to Soviet imperialism. On the basis of NSC 68, the USA stationed over 1 million soldiers on 675 military bases overseas. By 1975, there are 215 U.S. military interventions worldwide. 1950, Puerto Rico. U.S. commandos put down a rebellion for national independence. 1,950 53rds, Korea. In the conflict between Stalinist North Korea and the Syngman-Rhee dictatorship in South Korea, the U.S. intervenes on the side of the South, gaining approval in the UN Security Council. The U.S. Air Force destroys almost 120,000 facilities in North Korea. The U.S. use of explosives is equivalent to almost half of all the bombs and munitions used by the U.S. in World War II. Over 500,000 human beings are killed in South Korea and over 2 million in North Korea. 1951, Bolivia. The illegitimate Klaus Barbie, a.k.a. Klaus Altmann, born on the 25th of October 1913 in Godesberg, died the 25th of September 1991 in Lyon, was a repeatedly convicted German Nazi war criminal, and was brought to Bolivia by the U.S. Secret Service CIA under the name Klaus Altmann, from where he directed death squads against left-wing politicians and trade unionists throughout Latin America. On behalf of the CIA, Klaus Barbie was the person responsible for the deportation of Jewish children and adults to Auschwitz in Lyon, France, as well as carrying out hostage shootings, treacheries, and atrocities. From 1942 to 1944, he was head of the Gestapo in Lyon, and as a result of his cruelty, was known as the Butcher of Lyon. List insertion. According to Playaran =C, also preceding 1945 Germany. 1953, Iran. The elected Mossadegh government decided in 1951 to nationalize the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. In August 1953, it is confirmed in a referendum with 99.4% of the vote. 2 weeks later, the CIA-trained and controlled officer corps carries out a coup. The previously British oil companies are taken over by a U.S. consortium. The U.S. brings the Shah back into the country and liquidates Iranian democracy. 1954, Guatemala. the CIA organizes the coup against the legitimate Arbenz government in Guatemala, which wants to nationalize the U.S. United Fruit Company as part of the land reform. Under the military dictatorship hoisted into office by the CIA, 140,000 Indians are killed or disappear without trace. 1956 Egypt. The U.S. government and the CIA want to destabilize the rule of President Nasser, who has risen to become one of the leaders of the non-aligned countries. In July 1956, the USA withdraws its loan for the Aswan Dam, the central project for the development of Egyptian agriculture. Nasser then announces the nationalization of the Suez Canal in order to dispose of the tolls himself. England, France, and Israel attack Egypt in concerted military actions. In the wake of the Suez Crisis, the USA takes over the role of number one in the Middle East, which until then had been played by England. 1958 Lebanon. 14,000 U.S. Marines occupy the country. 1961 Cuba, on 1.1. 1959, the revolution led by Fidel Castro finally prevails against the dictator Batista. When the revolution wants to make good on its promise and reduce large-scale land ownership, Cuba is hit by an embargo and a variety of sabotage actions by the USA. In March 1960, the French freighter Coubre was blown up in the port of Havana by CIA agents. 81 human beings were killed and over 300 wounded. In Guatemala, the CIA trains a mercenary army that undertakes the Bay of Pigs invasion in eastern Cuba in April 1961. 2 days earlier, U.S. planes bombed the Cubans' defensive positions. The transport ships of mercenaries and weapons are financed by U.S. big business, especially the United Fruit Company, which had been the largest landowner in pre-revolutionary Cuba. When the invasion fails, the U.S. moves to a harsh blockade policy, which puts Cuba in acute supply shortages after the socialist countries are gone. 1961, Congo, Zaire. CIA mercenaries assassinate the first post-colonial president Lumumba, who had adopted an anti-imperialist position. The mercenary troops gradually take over power. In 1965, Mobutu becomes president by grace of the USA, who establishes a regime of terror that lasts for decades. 1962, Laos. Although the Geneva Convention forbids the presence of foreign troops in Laos, the CIA builds up a secret army, U.S. Army clandestine, on behalf of the Kennedy administration, which also intervenes in Vietnam. It includes 35,000 members of the opium-growing hill tribes. The Army's costs are partly financed from the profits of the drug business. 1963, 1975, Vietnam. The 1954 Geneva Indochina Agreement stipulates that the troops of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam should initially withdraw to the north of the country, the troops of France to the south. The final declaration of the agreement provides for the unification of the country. The USA does not recognize this final declaration. In South Vietnam, they install satraps they like, and in 1963, an open military dictatorship. In 1964, they stage the Tonkin Bay incident near the North Vietnamese capital and bomb North Vietnam from 1965. In total, 2.6 million U.S. soldiers fight in Vietnam. The explosive power of their bombs and missiles exceeds that of the Second World War threefold. Area bombardments with napalm and chemical weapons leave behind vast areas of scorched and contaminated earth. 3 million human beings die in Vietnam, 500,000 are crippled. 900,000 children are left behind as orphans. 1963, 1990, South Africa. With its reconnaissance systems, the CIA supports the hunt for opponents of the apartheid system. 120,000 ANC supporters are killed. The arrest of Nelson Mandela is also organized by the CIA. 1964 Brazil, President João Goulart, elected in 1961, initiates cautious social reforms. When he imposes limits on the outflow of profits abroad and nationalizes a subsidiary of the U.S. corporation ITT, the CIA organizes a coup and helps a military junta to power. 1965 Dominican Republic, President Juan Bosch, democratically elected in 1963, is ousted by the military because of his plans for social reform. When a growing popular movement demands his return, the USA sends 23,000 troops to the island and puts down the uprising. 1965, Indonesia. Against the anti-imperialist course of President Sukarno, the CIA brings the army it controls into position. When the left-wing People's Front, the president's strongest pillar, tries to oust the army leadership, a long-planned counterattack takes place. Hundreds of thousands of Sukarno's supporters are murdered. Sukarno is replaced by Suharto, an unconditional follower of Washington. 1967 Greece. A few weeks before the elections, the CIA stages the Obrist coup against the democratic government of Papandreou. In the first month alone, 8,000 human beings are killed. A 7-year fascist rule begins. 1967 Bolivia. The CIA directs the Bolivian army's fight against the insurgent guerrillas and also the capture of Che Guevara's group, who is assassinated. 1970-1973 Chile. In 1970, the candidate of the Unidad Popular, Salvador Allende, wins the majority in the presidential elections. When the head of the Chilean army, René Schneider, resists U.S. pressure to carry out a military coup, he is assassinated by a CIA-organized commando. After 3 years of sabotage and destabilization activities, Schneider's successor, General Pinochet, carries out the CIA coup. President Allende is assassinated, and the football stadium in Santiago becomes a prison camp for tens of thousands of supporters of the Democratic president. Thousands of activists of left parties and trade unions are hunted down and killed by death squads. U.S. Secretary of State Kissinger comments on his government's actions. "I do not see that we should allow a country to become Marxist just because the population is of unsound mind." 1972 Honduras. After direct U.S. intervention and military coups in 1972, 1975, and 1978, the U.S. imposes a constituent assembly to whose election Christian Democrats, Socialists, and Communists are not allowed. 1980. 1974, Cyprus. Together with the fascist Greek junta, the CIA and the U.S. State Department organize a coup against the democratically elected president of the island state, Archbishop Makarios. The president manages to escape the assassination attempt. As the Democrats in Athens chase away the junta of the brigades, U.S. Secretary of State Kissinger switches to the side of Turkey, which has invaded Cyprus. Thousands are killed. 200,000 human beings lose their homes. 1975, East Timor. The U.S. refuses to recognize the republic proclaimed by the Fretilin Liberation Movement, previously a colony of Portugal, and supports the invasion of the country by the Indonesian Suharto regime, itself economically and militarily held out by the U.S. In the massacres that follow, 200,000 human beings are killed. 1976 Argentina. Under CIA guidance, a military coup takes place against the civilian government. Death squads commissioned by the Videla regime terrorize the country. Thousands are murdered or disappear forever. The CIA builds Buenos Aires into its headquarters, from where it sends assassination squads against unpopular persons and groups throughout Latin America. 1976 80 seconds, Angola. The USA supports the rebels, also equipped by racist South Africa, against the government of national liberation with weapons and special commandos. The country sinks into a self-destructive civil war. 1980 to 1988, Iran, Iraq. In 1979, the U.S. governor Shah Reza Pahlavi has to make way for the Shiite leader Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran. U.S. President Carter then establishes the doctrine named after him. An attempt by a third power to gain influence in the Persian Gulf will be considered an attack against vital interests of the United States and will be repelled by any means necessary, including military force. The USA equips Iraq with the most modern weapons, including chemical weapons, to attack Iran. With the beginning of the offensive in 1980, Iraq is also supported with reconnaissance material from satellites and AWACS aircraft. Hundreds of thousands of people are killed in the 8-year war. In 1984, the USA shot down 2 Iranian fighter planes over the Persian Gulf, and in 1987, the U.S. warship Vincennes brought down an Iranian Airbus, killing 270 civilians. Through U.S. military support, Iraq becomes a major regional military power. At the same time, the USA supports Iran with the aim of making the two countries checkmate each other. Through Israel, weapons worth $80 billion are supplied to Iran. The arms deal with Iran bypasses the U.S. Congress. With the Iranian billions, the Reagan government can maintain Contras, mercenary units against unpopular governments all over the world. 1980-1990, Afghanistan. The CIA recruits Islamic fundamentalist militants from all Arab countries to be used as holy warriors against the Soviet-backed government in Afghanistan. Among the terrorists trained by the CIA is also bin Laden, whose organization Al-Qaeda, the base, is created under the aegis of the CIA. To finance the guerrillas, the CIA, together with Pakistani intelligence, organizes drug cultivation in Pakistan and the liberated areas of Afghanistan. The drug trade to all parts of the world is managed with the help of CIA logistics. The CIA's Arab Afghans find a new target for their holy war in the USA after the defeat of the Soviet Union. 1981-85, Nicaragua. From the arms deal with Iran, the U.S. government finances the buildup and maintenance of a mercenary force in Nicaragua, composed mainly of soldiers and officers of the army of the former dictator Somoza. This deployment of several thousand Contras contradicts an explicit determination by the U.S. Congress. The U.S. pilots bring in weapons via Costa Rica, Honduras, and Panama, and on the return flight to the USA, they take drugs with them, which enter the USA in this way. The CIA's partner is the Medellin drug cartel. In 1986, the International Court of Justice in The Hague rules that the paramilitary actions of the USA violated international law. 1981 90 seconds onwards, El Salvador. The FMLN National Liberation Front Farabundo Martí becomes the determining force against the government installed by the USA. The CIA agent Roberto D'Aubuisson founded ARENA, whose death squads killed thousands of opponents of the regime, including Archbishop Oscar Romero. Even after the peace agreement in 1992, ARENA continued its murderous actions, which was condemned by the UN on several occasions. 1982, Falklands, Malvinas. The USA supports Great Britain in the campaign to regain the islands off Argentina with satellite reconnaissance and other technological equipment. 750 Argentinian and 250 British soldiers are killed in the action. 1982 84th Lebanon. Using warships and warplanes as well as their Marines on land, U.S. forces drive out the PLO and install the Phalangists as the dominant might. The Marine Corps in Beirut is attacked, whereupon the U.S. Navy takes the country under fire from the sea. 1983, Grenada. The USA invades the small Central American country, liquidates the leftist government, and installs a regime that suits them. Over 400 Grenadines and 84 Cubans, mostly construction workers, are killed. 1984-86, USA Libya. In his National Security Directive number 138, President Reagan declares the fight against state-sponsored terrorism a priority in 1984. 2 years later, Libya becomes the first test case of the new doctrine. The bombings claim at least 40 civilian victims, including the daughter of head of state Gaddafi. 1986, Haiti. After U.S. vassal Baby Doc Duvalier is unstoppable, the U.S. installs a military junta. 1986, Bolivia. U.S. Army units control large parts of the country, ostensibly to combat cocaine cultivation and trafficking. 1989-90th, Panama. A bombardment destroys parts of Panama City. 27,000 U.S. soldiers take control and arrest the Noriega government. Over 2,000 human beings die, 15,000 become homeless. Allegedly, it is about the arrest of Noriega, who is accused of drug trafficking, a crime that the ex-president had committed for years, with the knowledge and largely on behalf of the CIA. The invasion takes place 2 months before the elections in Nicaragua, in which the Sandinistas are running with good prospects. 1991, Haiti. The CIA instigates a military coup against the first democratically elected president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. The new military junta plunges the country into a 3-year period of the worst human rights violations. 1991 onwards, Iraq. After Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, the USA and some allies bomb Iraq and occupy large parts of the country. The first attacks killed 200,000 human beings. Further bombardments and the embargo, which continues to this day, have led to the deaths of possibly 2 million human beings. 1992-94, Somalia. U.S. troops, naval and air forces side with the faction they like in the civil war as part of a UN mission. The mission ends in a fiasco. 1993-95, Bosnia. As part of NATO operations, fighter planes bomb Serbian positions and ensure air supremacy for the Bosnian secessionists. 1995, Croatia. U.S. warplanes bomb Serbian airfields in preparation for a Croatian offensive. 1998, Afghanistan. Cruise missile attack on former CIA training camps in Afghanistan, where units of bin Laden are suspected, whom the USA blames for attacks on U.S. embassies. 1998, Sudan. Missile attack on a pharmaceutical factory, allegedly producing nerve gas for terrorists. The USA later explains that it was a mistake. 1999, Yugoslavia. Led by the USA, NATO bombs Yugoslavia. The 78-day bombardment, which is contrary to international law and even the NATO treaty, is called a humanitarian action by NATO because the aim is to stop the human rights violations of the Milosevic regime. NATO uses uranium munitions and cluster bombs. 2000, 4,000 human beings are killed. Up to 6,000 injured. Large areas are contaminated by the bombing of chemical factories, natural gas plants, and oil refineries. Kosovo secedes from Yugoslavia and becomes a de facto NATO protectorate.
The murder list of the U.S. Secret Services from 1949 to 1991.
The assassination of foreign heads of state has been part of U.S. intelligence, foreign policy practices from the beginning. The following list of assassinations, attempted or successful, was compiled by a staff member of U.S. Congressional Investigative Committees. 1949. Kim Koo, opposition leader in Korea, 1,950 halves. CIA neo-Nazi list of SPD politicians to be eliminated in West Germany. 1955. José Antonio Ramón, President of Panama, 1950 et seq. Sukarno, President of Indonesia. Zhou Enlai, Premier of China. Several assassinations. 1951. Kim Tu-sung, President of North Korea. Claro M. Recto, Opposition Leader in the Philippines. Jawaharlal Nehru, Prime Minister of India. 1957. Gamal Abdel Nasser, President of Egypt. 1959 63rds. Norodom Sihanouk, Leader of Cambodia. 1960. Abdul Karim Qasem, Leader of Iraq. 1950 Jose Figueras, President of Costa Rica. 2 assassination attempts. 1961. François Duvalier, Leader of Haiti. Patrice Lumumba, Prime Minister of Congo Zaire. General Rafael Trujillo, Dominican Republic. 1963 et seq. Fidel Castro, President of Cuba. 24 assassination attempts according to Cuban accounts. At least 8 according to U.S. congressional reports. 1963. Ngo Dinh Diem, President of South Vietnam. 1960 et seq. Raul Castro, Minister of Defense in Cuba. 1965. Francisco Camano, Dominican Republic. Opposition Leader. Pierre Ngendanamwe, Prime Minister of Burundi. 1965-66. Charles de Gaulle, President of France. 1967. Che Guevara, Cuban Revolutionary. 1970-73rds. Salvador Allende, President in Chile. 1970. General René Schneider, Commander-in-Chief of the Chilean Army. 1970 F-81. General Omar Torrijos, Leader of Panama. 1972. General Manuel Noriega, Intelligence Chief of Panama. 1975. Mobutu Sese Seko, President of Zaire. 1976. Michael Manley, Prime Minister of Jamaica. 1986. Muammar al-Gaddafi, Head of State of Libya. Numerous assassination attempts. 1982. Ayatollah Khomeini, Religious Leader of Iran. 1983. General Ahmed Delimi, Commander of the Moroccan Army. Miguel Descoto, Foreign Minister of Nicaragua. 1984. 9 commanders of the Sandinista National Directorate of Nicaragua. 1985. Sheikh Mohammed Hussein Fadlallah, Lebanese Shia leader, attack with 80 dead. 1991. Saddam Hussein, Head of State of Iraq. Source: The Crimes of U.S. Foreign Policy After 1945.
Information from the Plea and Quinto regarding war crimes and violations of the international law of war by all allies during the World War 1939 to 1945.
This list also includes some statements by the Plea and Quinto, and it must also be mentioned that during the 1939 to 1945 World War, war crimes were not only committed by U.S. foreign policy and the U.S. Army, but that violations of international war law were committed by all allies, directed against the civilian population and against military personnel of the Axis powers. This is proven on the one hand by the few incident records of the Plea and Quinto, which I will list in the following, as well as on the other hand by the records listed on the internet at Wikipedia with regard to failure to assist or shooting of shipwrecked persons from 1940 to 1945. Which are added below as an appendix to the following lists of war crimes committed by the British, Canadians, French, Moroccan Gumiers, and the Soviet Union. The following brief details of war crimes, which according to the statements of the Plea and Quinto were carried out by the Allies, as well as the list of Allied crimes published on the Internet at Wikipedia by http://WLB Stuttgart. With regard to the failure to render assistance to or shooting of shipwrecked persons are also subsequently appended, although their details effectively correspond to only a very small part of all the war crimes actually committed, which were carried out by the Allies in the last World War from 1939 to 1945 and cannot, and must never, find justification under any circumstances whatsoever. War crimes committed by the USA 1945 during the capture of Germany in Freudenstadt, Pforzheim, Stuttgart and in countless other towns and villages. Enormous mass rapes and murders were committed by the Allies, whereby, in addition to the Moroccan Guerriers, the French, Canadians and English, the U.S. American troops also stood out in this respect, who literally terrorized the population everywhere and raped thousands of young and older women and impregnated many of them. In the area of the U.S. occupation zone alone, more than 27,000 young and older women were raped, often several times, during the occupation and afterwards. But also adolescent children and boys were not spared in the orgies of rape by pedophile U.S. military personnel. All these acts of sexual revolt or war crimes committed by U.S. soldiers have, however, never been prosecuted and punished to this day, just as was the case with all other war perpetrators of any degree. War crimes by the British 1940 Belgium/Rome France. When the British destroyed the restaurant of the Polish-Belgian cyclist Julian Vervac 1899 to 1940 in Menin/Belgium. He defended himself against the devastation caused by the British soldiers who were retreating from Belgium in front of the rapidly advancing German Wehrmacht. Because Julian Vervac complained about this, he was forcibly taken to Ronc in France by soldiers of the British command on the 24th of May 1940 and subsequently shot. 1940 to 1945, shipwrecked sailors were shot, with the British repeatedly letting shipwrecked German Marines simply drown or mercilessly shooting them while they were still swimming in the water, contrary to the international law of war. This happened again and again, as also after the sinking of the German destroyer, Z-12 Erich Gysi, by the crews of the two British destroyers HMS Cossack F-03 and HMS Foxhound H-69, on the 13th/14th of April 1940 off Norway. Private ships and merchant vessels were also attacked and sunk by the British Navy, such as the British submarine HMS Cossack on May 12, 1941. On the 12th of May 1941, the British submarine Rorqual under the command of LCDR De Worst sank the private Greek motor sailor Oja Paraskivi, which was on its way from Castron on the Greek island of Limnos to Kavala, a commercial and port city in municipality Demos Kavalas, in northern Greece in the administrative region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, directly on the Gulf of Thasos, Gulf of Kavala, of the Thracian Sea. After the sinking of the motor sailor, the only 7 Greek crew members were allowed to board a lifeboat, while 4 German soldiers, who were also on board the sailor, were prevented from doing so by force of arms and then summarily shot. Another motor sailor, a German one, which had 7 German soldiers on board who were members of a mountain division on Crete, was sunk by the British submarine Torbay on the 9th of July 1941. The 7 soldiers rescued themselves in a rubber dinghy, but were then summarily shot with machine gun bursts on the orders of the British submarine commander, LTCDR Myers. However, the first officer of the watch and a seaman refused to take part in the shooting. The same submarine under the command of LTCDR Myers sank various other German motor sailors and prevented their crews from disembarking and rescuing themselves each time, but instead forced his crew to mercilessly shoot all the crew members of the sunk ships with machine guns, for which, however, he was never called to account, but on the contrary still commended. War crimes by the Canadians in July 1943. Canadian soldiers of the Loyal Edmonton Regiment murdered a large number of German prisoners of war in Leonforte, Sicily. Also during the so-called Operation Overlord, a code name for the 1944 landing of the Western Allied anti-Hitler coalition in northern France during the 1939–1945 World War and the associated establishment of the Second Front against Hitler's Reich or German Reich, long desired by the Soviet Union to relieve the Red Army. A large number of German prisoners of war were murdered. In particular, members of the Waffen-SS were murdered by Canadian soldiers, who, as was generally the case with the Allies, were never brought to account for this and thus never punished, but as a rule praised and decorated in other ways. All these generally unpunished war crimes were in part directly related to the massacre of Canadians at Abbaye d'Ardennes, carried out by the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitler Youth, under the command of Kurt Meier alias Panzermeier. Born on the 23rd of December 1910 in Jerxheim, died on the 23rd of December 1961 in Hagen, Meier was a policeman from 1929, then joined the NSDAP in 1930 and was an SS member from 1931. He then became an SS brigade leader in the Nazi Reich in 1944 and then a major general in the Waffen-SS. As a result of the murder of Canadian prisoners of war, he was tried before a Canadian court-martial in June 1944 and sentenced to death in December 1945. However, the death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment in the spring of 1946, but then suspended by clemency in 1954. In 1959, this enabled him to act as the federal spokesman for the Mutual Aid Association of members of the former Waffen-SS HIAG, as a result of which he got off with just about 10 years in prison and practically a black eye for his multiple murders. War crimes by the French Operation Dragoon was a part of the 1939–1945 World War on the European Western Front. In southern France from the 15th of August 1944 to the 12th of September 1944, and for the purpose of clearing southern France by the Wehrmacht under the domination of the USA and France and other allies. The significant military operations on the Western Front of Europe were 1944 to 1945. 1944, Overlord, Dragoon, Mons, Market Garden, Scheldt Estuary, Aachen, Herdgen Forest, Queen, Alsace-Lorraine and Ardennes. 1945, Nordwind, Bodenplatte, Blackcock, Colmar, Veritable, Grenade, Blockbuster, Lumberjack, Undertone, Plunder, Würzburg, Roerkessel and Nürnberg. Operation Dragoon. Dragoon was an operation carried out during the Great War on the 15th of August 1944 to land two armies of the Western Allies on the French Côte d'Azur between Toulon and Caen, for the purpose of driving German troops out of southern France. This action formed the southern counterpart to Operation Overlord Landing, which had begun in Normandy on the 6th of June 1944 and was followed by the collapse of the German military occupation in southern France in August 1944. Only a few German soldiers managed to escape from France, which is why many Wehrmacht soldiers surrendered to the French forces and surrendered. This, however, was used by the Resistance French, Resistance. Resistance, a collective term for French and Belgian resistance movements during the 1939–1945 World War against the supporters and functionaries of the totalitarian National Socialist German and Italian occupying powers, who they described as fascists, as well as the domestic institutions and population groups collaborating with them, took advantage of this and took bloody revenge on the surrendered prisoners of war in violation of the law of war, by murdering a large number of them, mostly members of the Gestapo or the SS, although the true extent of the massacre is concealed to this day, as Plerin statements reveal. When the Maquis, also called Maquisards, specifically French partisans of the resistance who hid in forests, mountains and other sparsely populated areas during the World War and from there fought the German occupation forces in France, killed 17 German prisoners of war in Saint-Julien-de-Crempes in the Dordogne department. Then home to one of the active Maquis cells, on the 10th of September 1944, 14 of them could be identified. The murders carried out by the Maquisards were acts of retaliation for German murders committed on the 3rd of August 1944 against 17 inhabitants of the village of St. Julien by the Gestapo and SS. Also committed in retaliation as a result of resistance activities in the Street Julien area. War crimes committed by the Moroccan Demirs. As the soldiers of the French-Moroccan troops of the Corps Expeditionnaire Français in Italy, CF, were called, committed mass crimes in Italy, during the Battle of Monte Cassino, and in Germany. More than 12,000 civilians were kidnapped, raped or murdered by the Demirs, mainly young and old women and children, of course. But that was not enough, for also during the capture of Germany, monstrous mass rapes and murders took place in Stuttgart, Pforzheim and Freudenstadt. Especially in the hospital town of Freudenstadt in Württemberg, which had not been defended by German troops and had been declared an open town, French-Moroccan occupation soldiers went on the rampage, raping the women and children for days. Then, when the town suffered a heavy French bombardment with explosive and incendiary shells on the 16th and 17th of April 1945, French military units of the 3rd Moroccan Spahi Regiment under the command of Major and later General Christian de Castries entered Freudenstadt without a fight. The French units that followed then plundered the town for a whole 5 days, robbing everything that was not nailed down. Then they set fires all over the town and also at the town hall and coined the slogan, "It is war, and Freudenstadt must burn for 3 days." So the fires were not allowed to be put out by the inhabitants. And if nevertheless a human being tried to put out, he was prevented from doing so by force of arms, and if he did not parry, he was simply shot. War crimes committed by the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was also not squeamish during the 1939 to 1945 World War and committed the most serious and degenerate war crimes and, of course, did not comply with the Geneva Conventions of 1929 concerning the treatment of prisoners of war, if only because it had not signed them, which therefore justifies the question of whether the blatantly degenerate Soviet mistreatment of prisoners of war can already be described as war crimes or as what they effectively were, namely degenerate and depraved inhumanities full of contempt for life and human beings. The prisoners of war of the Axis powers, the powers of the Berlin-Rome Axis, based on an agreement between Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini on the 25th of October 1936, which established cooperation between National Socialist Germany and Fascist Italy, were therefore not even rudimentarily treated in accordance with the Geneva Conventions, but fell victim in their hundreds of thousands to the completely degenerated diabolical contempt for humanity and callousness of the Soviet prison guards. Mass rape and other war crimes were also carried out by Soviet troops during the occupation of East Prussia and Danzig, as well as in parts of Pomerania, Silesia, and during the Battle for Berlin. The Soviets were also at the forefront of the Katyn massacre, or rather the mass shootings that took place there. From the 3rd of April to the 11th of May 1940, members of the Soviet People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs (NKVD) shot or murdered around 4,400 prisoners, most of them officers, in a forest near Katyn, a village in Russia about 20 kilometers west of Smolensk. This act was part of a series of mass murders of 22,000 to 25,000 professional or reserve officers, policemen, and other Polish citizens, among them also many intellectuals. The order for these mass murders was given by the then Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin, whereupon the Politburo of the Communist Party ordered the massacre, and it was also carried out in at least 5 different places in the Union Republics of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus.
Failure to provide assistance, or shooting of castaways. www.wlbstuttgart. To the description of the individual cases.
2324.2 1940 North Sea. After intercepting suspicious Morse code signals on the coastal longwave, the 4 Danish fishing boats Eyam, Gerlis, Mercator, and Polaris are sunk by the German minesweeper M1 KP Telt. Bartels by ramming in the early hours of the morning in the area of the Dogger Bank. For military reasons, no one is rescued by the cutter cruise MGK West GK2. B 507 40th Chef Sash. 1314.4 1940 Norway, in the fight against a British fleet Vadmee. Whitworth with the battleship Warspite captain Crutchley and the 9 destroyers Icarus, Hero, Foxhound, Kimberley, Forester, Bedouin, Punjabi, Eskimo, Cossack. 8 German destroyers of the Narvik group are lost. Warspite, Bedouin, and Eskimo sink Eric Kulmer. Cossack and Foxhound sink Eric Giese. The shipwrecked German destroyer Eric Giese is shot at in the process. The same was reported about the castaways of the other destroyers, but only the case of Eric Giese has been documented and recognized by the German Wehrmacht Investigation Office. Alfred M. de Zayas, p. 368, 376, 1941, Mediterranean Sea, the Greek motor sailor Osia Paraskevi, underway with 7 Greek crew members and 4 German crew members. Crew members and 4 German soldiers from Castron Island Lemnos to Kavala is stopped by the British submarine Rorqual LTCDR Dewhurst. While the Greek crew is allowed to disembark, the Germans are forced to stay on board with small arms and sent below deck. Subsequently, the sailor is sunk with the turret gun. The German soldiers are machine-gunned and killed in their last attempt to escape. Alfred M. de Zayas, pp. 377, 380, 1941, Mediterranean Sea, Aegean Sea, the British submarine Torbay, on its 3rd enemy voyage in the Aegean, sinks a whole series of motor sailors, which are to bring 75 German soldiers to the mainland, with artillery and explosive shells, battle against Kayaks. The German soldiers are not allowed to leave the boat. On the 9th of July, it again brings up one of the small German motor sailors sailing north from Crete. A boarding party searches the ship and then sets the explosive charge. 7 German soldiers belonging to a mountain division on Crete manage to escape in a rubber dinghy. Mercilessly, the submarine commander L.T. Cedar Myers then gives the order to shoot them with machine gun fire. Although the first officer of the watch and a seaman refuse, the German castaways are liquidated, as also noted in the war diary. There were no proceedings against LTCDR Mears for violation of international law. Paul Chapman, pp. 5967 Tony Bridgeland, pp. 91-102 Seidler Zayas, p. 180-181. Unfortunately with wrong date. 1942 Dutch India 158 KKT. Kitamura sinks north of Bawayan, the Dutch steamer Lankoias Kapit. Kitamura, steamer Lankoias XD. Strasfurt, 7,395 BRT. KK8, Kitamura has his men fire machine guns at the crew of the Lankoias, who have changed to lifeboats since weekend. 1942 West Atlantic, the U.S. destroyer Roper LTCDR Howe sights a German submarine operating on the American coast. The submarine misses the destroyer with a torpedo.
Subsequent artillery fire gives U-85 devastating hits. Most of the crew are able to leave the boat in time. About 40 crew members are swimming in the water when the submarine sinks. The destroyer then overruns the sinking site and, although there is no longer any danger from the sunken submarine, throws 11 depth charges, the detonations of which kill all the castaways swimming in the water. The next morning, only 29 bodies are recovered from the water at the submarine's sinking site. A judicial investigation against the commander of the destroyer was not initiated. Seidler's ISP 181-1524.7 1942 North Pacific in the night of 14/15.7. The Japanese submarine I-7KK submarine I-7KT. Koizumi sinks the U.S. freighter Arcata 2722 BRT off the Aleutian Islands. The crew then machine guns the lifeboats and one man is mortally wounded. In the Kuril Islands, Narwhal LTCDR Wilkins sinks the two island supply vessels Kafuji Maru 134 GRT and Nisho Maru No. 2 344 GRT, as well as the outpost boat Shinsei Maru No. 8363 GRT on 24.4. During the sinking of the Nisho Maru, according to Japanese statements, survivors in the water were fired upon with machine guns. Sources are missing. 1942 South Pacific, the Japanese submarine Ro 33 Capital T. Kuriyama sinks the British coastal freighter Mamutu 300 BRT, which is on its way from Port Moresby to Daru Gulf of Papua, with a crew of 32 men and 82 refugees including 28 children. Subsequently, survivors in the water are machine gunned. Only 28 of the 114 persons on board survived the massacre. Peter Dunn 1942, South Atlantic off the coast of Brazil, the German U-516 Quibto Wibe sinks the Brazilian freighter Antonico 1223 GRT with the deck gun without warning. The freighter is on charter for Pan Am Airways with a cargo of cement and asphalt from Belém to Paramaribo, Suriname. The crew immediately abandoned the freighter in one small and two large lifeboats. According to the survivors, the boats were then subjected to artillery fire and the lifeboat with the captain was sunk. The castaways floating in the water were picked up by the other lifeboats, and the boats reached the Brazilian coast on 29.9. 1942 without further incident. 2 men later died of their wounds, 24 of 40 survived. 2 independent investigations, one in 1947 commissioned by British authorities, the second in 1969 commissioned by the German Central Office for the Investigation of Nazi Crimes Ludwigsburg, established that the survivors had wrongly assumed that they had come under direct fire in their lifeboats. Rather, when they left the freighter, they came into the line of fire on the freighter. The case was also kept on file at the U.S. Naval Department and was not presented in any other war crimes trial after Nuremberg. Jürgen Rower, BFZ, 1943, Southwest Pacific. During a reconnaissance mission off New Guinea, the American submarine Wahoo sinks. Submarine Wahoo LTCDR Morton sinks the Japanese troopship Biomaru. Biomaru 5447 BRT and the freighter Fukwai Maru #2 1901 BRT. When Wahoo surfaces at the sinking site, it is in a crowd of an estimated 10,000 surviving Japanese soldiers on rafts and floating in the water. Soldiers. For over 1 hour, the submarine commander has the shipwrecked men fired upon with guns and machine guns before the submarine leaves. U.S. sources state that a Japanese ship rescued about 1,000 survivors the next day. Most of the castaways, however, were dead. Tony Bridgeland, pp. 115, 129. There is an article in U.S. Naval Institute's Proceedings, July 2003, with more recent information on this case. According to this, the Biomaru was carrying Japanese prisoners of war from Singapore, more precisely, Indian soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, 16th Punjab Regiment. She had 1,126 people on board, of whom 282 perished, many probably during the torpedo attack. 87 of them were Japanese, 195 Indians. 24.3 1943 Southwest Pacific, a Japanese unit Kadima Kimura, with 8 transports and the destroyers Shirayuki, Arashio, Asashio, Tokitsukaze, Yukikaze, Uranami, Shikinami, and Asagumo, leaves Rabaul on 28.2 to bring 6,900 men of the Japanese 51st Division Gen Lt. Nakano to Leyte. Reported by a Liberator early on 2.3 northeast of Dampier State. It is attacked 2 hours later by 12 Fortress, which sink 1 transport and damage 2. Destroyers Yukikaze and Asagumo run ahead with 950 survivors. On 3.3, the convoy is attacked in the Bismarck Sea by a total of 335 American and Australian aircraft. Some of them flew at low level. The USAF Southwest Pacific Legion Kenny sank all transporters with a total of 33730 GRT, as well as the destroyers Shirayuki, Arashio, Asashio, and Tokitsukaze. Jap destroyers and submarines I-17 and I-26 rescue 2734 men. The survivors, as far as they do not go down with the ships, are cut down in the water with depth charges and machine guns by U.S. fighter bombers with onboard weapons, and by the MTBs PT-66, PT-67, PT-68, PT-121, PT-128, PT-143, PT-149 and PT-150 LTCDR. Atkins, in order to prevent a reinforcement of the Japanese army at Leh by means of land-swept bombs. Tony Bridgeland, pp. 129-137. 1943, Indian Ocean. The Japanese submarine 127 Capitult. Fukumura, operating in the Gulf of Bombay, sinks the British steamer Fort Mumford 7,132 BRT. The crew disembarking in lifeboats is taken under fire with machine guns Sensuikan. 6/7.5.1943, North Atlantic during the battle for the convoy ONS. 5. The British destroyer Oribi sighted the German U-125 KPT-Elt. Fokkers, shortly before 3 o'clock hours in dense fog with radar, and rammed the submarine with an estimated speed of 20 kn. But the boat survives the attack and sends a distress signal. The BDU orders 4 boats to help, which search for U-125 until dawn. At 3:54 hours, the British corvette Snowflake locates the submarine, which is not submersible, a short distance away. Her searchlights illuminate a badly damaged submarine that is apparently already sinking. The corvette makes a ramming run, but the boat evades. The crew of U-125 then set explosive charges to sink themselves and abandon their boat. The British corvette Sunflower appears on the scene. The corvette's commander radios the situation to the escort commander on HMS Tay and receives the reply, "No permission to rescue the castaways." The crew of Capitult Fokkers and U-125 is subsequently drowned. Gudmundur Helgason. 1943, Indian Ocean on 1.10. The Norwegian coal freighter Storviken 4,836 BRT is hit by 2 torpedoes of the Japanese submarine I-10 KPT. Fokkers, on her voyage from Mombasa to Aden. Japanese submarine I-10 Kibtelti. Tonozuka and sinks. On board were 7 Norwegian officers, 5 British artillery gunners, and the crew of 44 Chinese. According to Captain Apold, 42 men were able to leave the sinking ship in a lifeboat. The submarine then comes alongside the lifeboat. As the captain cannot be found, an officer and a stoker are taken prisoner. While casting off, the submarine collides with the lifeboat so that the propeller completely tears open one side. Several castaways are killed and others injured while the lifeboat capsizes. The submarine then cruises over the site of the accident again,
with the crew making fun of the castaways floating in the water. After the sinking of the Storviken, the captain and 4 other crew members are able to save themselves on wreckage after their lifeboat overturns and sinks while trying to launch it. They now try to collect several pieces of wreckage to tie together into a life raft if possible. Some good swimmers keep the castaways connected for 5 to 6 hours and collect wreckage. In the evening, 19 survivors are gathered on the raft, which is heavily overloaded with them. There is no drinking water or food, everyone suffers from the hot solar radiation. Over the next few days, 6 men die of exhaustion. On the 6th of October, the captain, 1 officer, and 11 Chinese crew members are killed. On the 6th of October, the captain, 1 officer, and 11 Chinese crew members are picked up by the British convoy ship HMS Seinen. Another life raft with 1 officer and 3 Chinese crew members is recovered. Crew members. A total of 17 survivors are brought ashore in Aden on the 8th of October. However, it cannot be proven whether the collision with the life raft was indeed deliberate, as eyewitnesses claimed. War sailors. Calm, 1943, Southwest Pacific during the sinking of the American freighter Daisy Mauler. American freighter Daisy Mauler, 4087 BRT, by the Japanese submarine Ro 110 KP-TEL-T. Abedo, 53 of 127 crew members are killed by machine gun fire and by ramming the lifeboats. Rower Axis submarine successes p. 272, Jan-July 1944, Indian Ocean, according to the orders of the commander of the Southwest Pacific Fleet VADM. Takasu, these apparently go back as early as the 20th of March 1943, the sinking of the freighter's British Chivalry on 22. 2 by I-37 KP-Tilt. Nakagawa 12+, Ascot on 29.2. By I-37 Cape-Tilt. Nakagawa 40+, Behar on 9.3. By Tone/KPT. CUS Mayuzumi 72+, Nancy Muller on 18.3. By I-165 CPT. Shimizu 32+, Giselak on 326 by I-8 CPT. Arizumi 98+, Richard Hovey on 329 by I-26 CPT. Kusaka 1+, and Jean Nicolet on 7/2 by I-8/CPT. Arizumi, 79+, survivors were murdered, sometimes under sadistic rituals, to erase all references to the Japanese-led trade war between Australia and the Gulf of Aden. After the War Crimes Tribunal sentenced the commander of the 16th Cruiser Division, Rear Admiral Sakanjo, and KPT. CUS Mayuzumi to 7 years in prison each. Hipitisa S. Arizumi committed suicide aboard the submarine I-401 after the surrender of Japan. Rower Chronology of the War at Sea p. 256. It should be noted, however, that prisoners were also taken by British Chivalry, Nancy Muller, Giselak, Richard Hovey, and Jean Nicolet. In the case of the Nellore sunk by I-8 on 29.6. 44, no survivors were murdered and only prisoners were taken. Also in the case of the City of Adelaide sunk by I-8 on 30.3. 44, no war crimes were found. 4/5.1. 1944. Central Atlantic. In 1943, some imprisoned German citizens are to be brought home for sentencing, on board blockade runners carrying war-essential raw materials from Japan to Germany. For this purpose, the German naval attaché in Tokyo, Admiral Paul Wenneker, issues the order not to let the detainees fall into captivity if they are threatened with capture by enemy warships, but to let them sink with the ship to be sunk. In 2 cases this order is carried out. On board the blockade runner Burgenland, the journalist Hofmeier, imprisoned on suspicion of espionage, is shot by a guard before sinking himself on the 4th of January 1944. During the self-sinking of the blockade runner Rio Grande on the 5th of January 1944, the sailor Powellite, imprisoned for theft,
remains locked in his cell and goes down with the ship. On the 25th of February 1966, a jury court in Hamburg discontinues the proceedings against Admiral Rhett. Winokur stating, "Based on the results of the main hearing, the jury court considers the killing of both human beings to be wrong. However, it recognizes that the defendant Winokur believed in the legality of his actions. It sees this as an error of prohibition. It considers this to be unavoidable with regard to Hofmeyr and avoidable with regard to Powellite. In this respect, it considers the act to be manslaughter. This is time-barred." 1944 South Atlantic U-852 Capital. Ek sinks the Greek freighter Peleus 4695 BRT by torpedo attack. In the attempt to sink treacherous wreckage with the ship's gun, the shooting of shipwrecked men seeking a foothold on the flotsam is deliberately condoned. After the end of the war, Kapitän Eck and his officers are brought before an English court-martial in Hamburg. Eck, the 2WO lieutenant, Z.S. Hoffman, and the ship's doctor, Dr. Weisfenig, are sentenced to death and executed on 30.11. 1945 The STO lieutenant Cess Lenz, sentenced to life in prison, is released in 1951. Dwight D. Messimer 15 to 21.6. 1944 Baltic Sea Soviet attack against the islands off the Karelian Isthmus. During an attack of Soviet torpedo cutters under Cape Todd, 2 Uri Yosipov, the German torpedo boat T-31, is lost. The attack took place on 20.6. 1944 003 hours at 60 degrees, 16.4 north/27 degree, 56.4 east. About 1.5 nautical miles northeast of the island Narvi, also Narwi/Narwa/Nerva. 2 Russian torpedo cutters of the type D3 come to fire torpedoes in a favorable position. 2 torpedoes hit the fleet torpedo boat T-31 at full speed, amidships between boilers 1 and 2. The boat is torn in two and sinks in no time. The Russian torpedo cutters were TK-37 OBLT. S. Toronenko and TK-60 Lieutenant Bushuev. Their unit belonged to a covering group of speedboats which was to secure the occupation of Narwa Island. The German-Finnish forces were unaware of the occupation by Russian forces. After the sinking of T-31, boats belonging to Lieutenant Vasilyev and Lieutenant Tvorogov, among others, were at the sinking site. The survivors were treated as follows by the fogging torpedo cutters of the Baltic Red Banner Fleet. The Russian boats passed over the sailors floating in the water without consideration. Crew members of the Russian torpedo cutters pulled survivors out of the water, shot the prisoners, and threw them back into the water. Other Russian crew members staged a veritable target shooting on the castaways floating in the water. The helpless were killed or injured. One German survivor who was pulled on board was allegedly forced to shoot at his comrades floating in the water with a gun to his temple. A total of 6 prisoners were taken to Russia as prisoners of war. Only one of them came back. Some of the crew were rescued by Finnish speedboats at the sinking site after floating in the water for up to 6 hours. Klaus Fischer. 1944 North Atlantic. On the 5th of July 1944, the German U-247 Kapitelt Machalot attacked 10 nautical miles west of Cape Wrath. 3 fishing boats which had sailed from Ayr to the fishing grounds off Butt of Lewis only a few days before, and sank one. 2 of the fishing luggers cut their fishing gear and managed to escape. The 3rd fishing lugger, Noreen Mary, however, comes under fire from the submarine. The submarine had first attacked the group of fishing boats unsuccessfully with a torpedo, then surfaced and attacked the nearest boat. The War Diary U-245 reports attack on an outpost boat. After 45 minutes of artillery and machine gun fire, the Noreen Mary sinks and 8 of the 10 crew members with her in the hail of bullets. 2 men are picked up late in the evening by the Lady Madeline and rescued Tony Bridgeland, pp. 78-96, 1944, Mediterranean Sea, Aegean Sea. The crew of a Do-24J9 plus DA of the 7th Sea Rescue Squadron sight a raft in the Gulf of Saloniki, on which 2 men are on board. Heads protrude from the water, recognizable from the yellow life jackets they are wearing. The machine immediately ditches the water. A naval officer and a chief mate are sitting on the raft. The rescue plane takes on board the sailors on the raft, and another 25 naval personnel floating in the water. 10 of the soldiers have been seriously injured by gunshot wounds. According to the officer, Lieutenant Zersi Hans Joachim Westphalen, they make up the rest of the former 142 crew members of the German-flagged torpedo boat. German-flagged torpedo boat TA-37 ex-Italian Gladio under OBLT. Z.S. Fritz Goldhammer. The rescued sailors report that they were fired upon by the British destroyers Turgamont and Tuscan with machine guns, after they were already floating in the water. Megaphones were used to shout from on board, "We will be back, Horst Thurling, P. 76F, 1944, Pacific, U.S. West Coast. In December there is only one Japanese submarine. Submarine I-12 KKP Kudo is on a long-distance mission between Hawaii and the U.S. West Coast. On the 30th of October it sinks the Liberty ship John A. Johnson, 7,176 GRT, northeast of Oahu, then surfaces, fires on the wreck with the ship's gun, and on the lifeboats with machine guns. 9 of the 69 castaways are killed. The survivors are rescued by the U.S. yacht Argus on the 30th of October. I-12 is sunk on 13.11. Between San Francisco and Hawaii by the minesweeper Ardent and the frigate Rockford. 1945, Indian Ocean. In April 1945, LTCDR Albert George Davies commands the overseas patrol boat HMS Stubborn in an 11-week operation of the British 4th U Flotilla under American High Command on the way from Clyde to Fremantle. East of Bali, the Japanese patrol boat No. 2 X Natakaze crossed its course. Although steering a fierce zigzag course, the Stubborn eventually manages to get into a good attack position, and Davies fires a salvo of 4 torpedoes. Of these, 2 torpedoes hit at a range of 3,000 yards, sinking the former destroyer off Lombok and inducing the commander to exclaim, "We blew up the fucking asshole," accompanied by cheers from the crew. Davies then wants to bring a survivor on board for a prisoner's statement. While moving the boat between the castaways, one made a rude move and is then immediately shot with a pistol by the artillery officer. This was undoubtedly an instinctive and unplanned reaction, but Davies subsequently gives the order to shoot all the other prisoners now as well, to prevent Japanese survivors from being able to testify to the incident if the Stubborn were to be brought up in this war, so that there would be no reprisals from the Japanese side because of the shooting. The machine gun is brought up and just about to be brought to bear when an aircraft appears and forces the Stubborn to dive immediately. When Davies resurfaces the following night, there is no sign of the Japanese castaways. There is no sign of the Japanese castaways. In the further course of the operation, the Stubborn destroys more ships with its onboard gun, shells a harbor in the north of Bali, destroys a breakwater and several landing craft, and boards a few junks at night. After one of these actions, the above-mentioned artillery officer surprisingly goes missing. Davies was also always convinced years after the war that he had not made an unlawful decision. He received the DSC award for his services. The Daily Telegraph, the 2nd of April 2004. Obituaries: LTCDR Albert George Davies,